Hello, good afternoon. Welcome. Okay. I just muted myself. Right, let's turn that off because I'm going to leave the in-game music on. Okay, so our mod is released for Vintage Story, but we're still waiting on a few other things before we can get ourselves a new playthrough up and running. So we needed something else to do, given that I can't play, or I don't want to play Silksong on stream. We had a look around, and there's new content for this, and there's new content for No Man's Skies. And I've actually already played with the frigates? I forget what they call it, corvettes. The corvettes in No Man's Sky, but only just started the base build set. But the, whatchamacallit should now be out as well. The, words, names, hard. The expedition. So we'll come on to that later if we have the time. For now, I want to do the story for here. I think... Was it a week ago, or did I refuel these in the weekend? Let's just refuel them now. I have been keeping this base up and running. We're running off 2 windmills. And these should be full. The bases that we had over here, you wouldn't have seen it, but somebody started building a new base over here. That one over there has been... That's nearby, but not been given a worm sign for it. That one looks like it's still intact. Yeah, sorry, someone was building a new base over here. That's been destroyed by the sands, and the base that was over there has been destroyed by the sand as well. But we've been maintaining the power of our base, because it only takes like 10 minutes. Working on the assumption that we still have the fuel left, and we pre-prepped a bunch of fuel. Let's see how much fuel we still have. Okay, we've got enough maybe for... How long will that last? Probably a week's worth. Oh, there's some more down here. Let's fire up the reactor. Since we're going to be online anyway, I pre-collected a bunch of extra fuel cells. We may need to go get some additional flour sand later, but we'll make a bunch more. We're going to fire that up. Let's turn this one on, because this will power it as is. That generates a larger amount of power, but it requires that we actually process spice. But it generates enough power to run this, so let's fire that up. Process 500 of that. Okay, yeah, we're going to need to get some more flour sand, unless I have some more in storage somewhere. Some more silicon blocks. I don't think I've left any flour sand lying around. I believe they've removed the one safe place that you can get flour sand. So now you have to risk the worms to get flour sand. Unless they created another safe place somewhere else without realizing it. They definitely claimed to have removed the one that... Or removed one. Let's go check. We need to go pay our taxes for this period anyway. And I think the wings and you are healthy enough to last for a while. Yeah, we do need to refuel you there. Okay, we don't have a full lot of fuel on us, but I'm fairly sure we have spare fuel elsewhere. Okay. Doesn't matter which settlement, Garbation settlement. The signs in her bars. Okay, you know. So that one's fairly close to the edge. The one that's down there is now further away, but that was never in a safe location anyway. That's too close to the PvP zone. The one that was in a safe area was over here. Or was it over there? No, I think it was down here. I think this is the one that's been removed. Which makes sense. That's fine. Where's our nearest settlement? Is it that one over there or that one over there? I had that one over there. Might be a little bit off. Yeah, it is that. We had a sandstorm just before we started the client, so... I wonder how many bases have actually been destroyed at this point. There used to be a whole bunch over here. Some of them have definitely gone now. That one looks like it's in the process of being destroyed. We're not going to loot them. We've no need. Oh, got some frame rate drops. Okay. The call. These are not the things that we're looking for. After leaving the lab below Old Carthage, I've had a constant feeling of being watched, observed from the shadows. Who or what could it be? An unexpected visitor. Look for a sign. Matigar base settlement.
Still alive? Not too bad. We had a bet going.
You're not going to sell me anything I need.
Can I fly you somewhere today?
I don't think anybody around here is someone that hasn't been or wasn't here previously.
You again?
Noctur lands on your arm and looks at you expectantly. Noctur, I'm sorry about Zentara. I couldn't control myself. I can't remember whether or not this or the bat was there when it happened. Chips, you seems frustrating at your lack of understanding. Sorry, I don't understand you. Follow it.
Very good. You're there. Count Fenring wants to talk to you, and it's never a good idea to keep our dear Fenring waiting. Come to me in Harko as soon as you can. I have a ribbon for you, kitten.
Yeah. Well, Harco Village is where we wanted to be going anyway. Head south. Fastest way out to it. Because there's another objective I want to potentially pick up while I'm over there. I don't know if they added extra missions or if it's just something that unlocks when we've finished all of our advanced trainer missions. We have taxes to pay, so we need to go there anyway. There's a few things we didn't bring. That might be a problem. Oh no, that's okay, we have a can of water. All of our tools are repaired enough for our use. Don't mind the noise in the background, that's just the ship hitting the invisible wall and then descending straight to the ground. Okay, no, we can't access that from here. So yeah, the other thing that I know they've added is special armor for completing the advanced trainer missions, but I don't know whether or not that armor set, or I think it's a skin rather, is already unlocked, or if we need to do another mission with them. Either way, the Bene Gesserit trainer, which is the primary class we're using, is in Harco Village. Okay, let's go pay our taxes. There's job boards here. Or did they add this? I think they added these as a way to make money. I need to check. It's not what we're here for, though. Did I turn off? I don't think I did. I may have done. Upscaling shouldn't be enabled. We did turn off frame generation. It's not frame generation that wants to be on, it's... We want FSR on, that off, resolution scale down a little bit to quality. That's the thing that we forgot to turn back on when we started streaming. Hopefully that'll fix our frame rate. Nope, that's still having issues. Taking you down any lower than 80. Okay, seems to be better. needed enabled in order for it not to lag while double encoding it. Hello?
You're back.
I want to pay my taxes. Right, let's go see if the Bene Gesserit's still there, and if they have anything for us.
You have come a long way, Adept. You are quite unlike any other I have encountered on this accursed world. You are both competent and deliberate, a rare combination outside the Sisterhood.
Thank you, sister.
There is something about you, Adept. I sensed it from the first. I know not what part you have to play in this grand drama, but it will be an important one.
Do you have any more? Okay, that's probably the one we want to ask, but I actually want to ask this one. What about Margaret Farron? She knows you're here now.
Margot Fenring is an influential sister and must not be underestimated. I suspect the War of Assassins and her husband's adjudication of it keep her busy. But time will come when she turns her attention to me, and I must be ready. Thank you, Adept.
You will have more Academy research for me? Or will you have more Academy research for me?
Indeed I will, Adept. My work here is not yet done. Allow me time to consider all we have learned and decide my next steps. I will undoubtedly have more intrigue for you to get caught up in.
That's all for now. Which means we may already have it unlocked, or we need to progress the new main story first. Customization, that's where it would be if it exists. It does exist. Mentat headpiece, Bene Gesserit headpiece. So yeah, we already have access to them, they just added them. This makes us look a lot more swish. I think I prefer this to what I had before. Let's go.
The kitten is back. Do we have business?
You said Fenrir wanted to see me?
Dangerous to speak that name aloud. Even here, beneath the cone of silence. You understand that we are not official. We are the hidden hand. Our connection offers no protection. Only the danger of discovery and a slow death at the hands of those who would thwart the Imperium's interests.
Now be careful.
You better be. Dangerous times for us all. I hope you're ready, kitten.
Ready for what?
Well, I didn't ask. I'll have my men take you to him. His instructions are clear. We need to blindfold you first. See? I told you I had a ribbon for you, didn't I, kitten?
Technically, I already have one. I just changed to the Bene Gesserit thing, and we're wearing a blindfold.
Such trust. I promise not to take advantage of it.
Ah, my favorite assassin. I must confess that reading Alara's reports is a rare pleasure. Except this last report. You entered the ruins of Old Carthage, accompanied by the outlaw Xantara. And you returned alone. Tell me, what happened down there?
We have options. Mentat, I have slain Zaltara, but not my own volition. Analysis of my Mentat state confirms external compulsion. Describe the Bene Gesserit Talaxi lab and the events that described. Zaltara's dead. I couldn't break the compulsion. I tried. I killed him with my own hands. Let's be... He would likely want the details. So let's be detailed.
The Bene Tlilax, a nest of spiders that burned with Old Carthage. or so I thought. And you a Gola, the flesh of the fallen, reborn. Fascinating. Your service has earned you answers. Ask.
You had me assassinate other Golas. Why? That is the most pertinent question.
They were the first sign that the Beni Tleilax were not done with Arrakis. My agents began reporting stir-ups among the minor power players. We quickly discovered that these were Tleilax agents, but that they were Gola was unexpected. Nevertheless, I could not allow them to destabilize the region. We must each do our part, and the spice must flow.
Do you have experience with the Beni Tleilax?
Years ago, my informants traced some unusual activity in Carthage to a Beni Tleilaxu lab. Before we could investigate further, the city was destroyed. The destruction of old Carthage is considered a terrible accident. But was it? I believe it was the Tleilaxu who destroyed the city. A monstrous choice. Destroying innocent lives to cover their profane works.
One moment, please. We have a scam bot I need to deal with. Scam. New account. Copy paste. New account. Same message. Message about loving the stream. Wanted to support. Followed by a request to contact them on Discord. Verify, submit, block user. Okay. I imagine, I was going to say that's quick for my phone to tell me. I imagine that's just the thank you for your submission. Yeah, we have received your report. We can delete that. And probably within the next 30 seconds, we'll get another one saying that a violation has occurred. The account has been banned. We shall see. Okay. You promised me answers. I want to know about more about the Golas.
Unlike clones, who are grown from living cells, Gola are grown from the flesh of one who has died. The process of doing so is knowledge known only to the Beni Tleilax. They make a fortune dealing their blasphemous wares across the Imperium. Spoiled enough familia will pay extraordinary sums to have their favorite pet or retainer resurrected. But they are never quite the same. No Gola has the memories of its original host. No Gola remembers who they are. If you value the past or the mind, then Gola are worthless.
And what about me?
Indeed, you are a refinement. Your compulsion doesn't drive you to madness as it did the ones who came before you. You have a great deal of imprinting. You can learn skills that take decades to develop in a short amount of time. And, fascinatingly, you don't have the appearance of whoever you are originally grown from. Perhaps that is the clue. You must have been someone with a recognizable face. The Beni Tleilax are forced to hide you in plain sight.
Maybe I'm several people combined? Well, he doesn't... I'm very sure he won't know who we were. But this is a reasonable hypothesis, and I'm curious of the answer to it.
It seems highly unlikely. Such experiments would be psychologically unstable.
Fair enough. What do you think they want?
Perhaps we can discover the answer together. Recently, there has been a string of murders in Arakeen. The victims have all been my agents at one time or another. A Tleelak's retaliation for your efforts on my behalf. My chief inspector believes so. Travel to Arakeen. Find my investigator in the Imperial Consulate. He'll be thrilled to have the help.
Okay. Meet your investigation in Arakeen, then. It's not like we have much choice.
I expect nothing but excellence from you. Report to Alara when you are done. I will continue research into your origins.
Goodbye. Okay, to Arakeen then. That's... I remember... Ah, right, yeah, this is where we can go to change our appearance. But yeah, look, we already have a blindfold on. They didn't need to blindfold us. This way. And then that way.
Gatherings to celebrate the glory of House Artillery. Unity strengthens our resolve and fortifies our allegiance.
Alright, let's head over to Arakeen then. You know, the least they could do is change that ornithopter, because I think that's in-game. I don't think that's pre-rendered. The least they could do is change the ornithopter to the one we actually arrived in. It wouldn't take much. Arakeen's all the way over there. I don't know how much of this or new story there is, which is why I'm planning to go to No Man's Sky afterwards. But we'll see if that actually comes to pass. Why do I get the feeling we're going to run into the Duke's daughter? Okay, who we're looking for? We have travelled to Arakeen. It has there we go. Talk to the chief investigator at the Imperial Consulate. Yeah, they've added additional... I'm fairly sure that wasn't there. I've been here enough times to know that that bulletin board didn't used to exist. I am running a lot faster than that player for some reason. Actually, no, where are we going?
You again? What now?
You're not wearing the same things you used to wear. Ah, over here. It's the player.
Well, if it isn't Fenring's pet puzzle box. Last we met, there was a Sardaukar blade against your throat, and I was debating how best to make you scream.
That would have been a big mistake. Tors, good thing your boss has better instincts.
Careful, prisoner. I might start thinking you're trying to scare me.
How about we get to the job done? Let's... We both want the same things. Kill off the street. Let's put the past aside and find the truth.
Truth is what I'm after as well. But words are easy. Actions will tell me if you mean it.
We have to move fast.
We don't have time for guesswork. But rushing breeds mistakes, and mistakes mean more blood on the streets. This killer is methodical, precise, and they won't stop until the job's done. There's a pattern to the victims. Find it, and you might catch them in the act. If the killer's still here, and we believe they are, then this is our best and maybe only chance to stop them. And make no mistake, if the Bene Tleilaxu are involved, this isn't just a string of murders. It's a purge, carefully planned and devastating. A threat not only to Arakeen, but to the stability of the entire Imperium.
Where do we start?
There is no we. You go out and dig. I stay here and wait for the results. Don't come back empty-handed.
Okay. What can you tell me about the dead agents?
They were competent, trained, and experienced. But skill only gets you so far when someone's watching your every move. They ran into something or someone they didn't expect. That's why they're dead now. No one's been able to stop whatever's behind this yet.
Any idea who that might be?
You want suspects? Count Fenring has enemies stacked like sandbags. Some want him dead, some want him ruined, and the rest are just waiting to see which comes first.
I imagine he's not leading the investigation because he's likely one of the targets. Plus, it would be way too obvious for someone under Fenrin's direct command to be searching for it, so we won't bother asking that one. Where do you want me to start?
You're not Fenring's only pet. He's got a whole shelf of broken things he likes to wind up and watch. Start with the engineer, Austin Lath, on the upper level of the Seleucid Bull. The last two victims were known associates. He must be mixed up in this somehow.
The Seleucid Bull is a large place. Where do I start?
He's not out on the floor with the common drinkers, if that's what you're thinking. Lath sticks to the back rooms. Quiet, curated, and expensive enough to keep the rabble out.
I didn't know there were back rooms. Quite true. I was unaware of this.
Of course not. They are restricted to patrons of higher standing than prisoner. You'll have to speak with the barman on the upper level of the Seleucid Bull, Alistair Chin. Either he or their security man, Ugo Firenze, can provide access.
Anyone else I should talk to beside the barkeep and the bouncer?
Lath had an assistant, Hester Krimt. Talk to her. She's a smart girl. Does most of his work, then earns her hazard pay swatting hands from randy officers on the upper level of the Bull.
Do you have any idea who might be behind this?
We have a prevailing theory, yes. You've just come from Carthage, have you not? Then you felt it. The way the air there hums. Like the place is still screaming. That wasn't war. Wasn't Harkonnen's spite. That was Tleilaxu work. Precise and measured erasure. And these killings bear the same signature.
Fenrin mentioned the Tleilaxu. I thought Carthage went up in a riot. Some drunk with a lasgun hit a shield.
Makes a tidy cover story, wouldn't you say? The Tleilaxu had a secret foothold under Carthage. You saw it. Hidden labs, Vaults full of nightmares. Things that don't belong on any world. Then someone found it. And when it wasn't secret anymore, they burned the city to cover their tracks.
Who found it? Was it one of the Count's agents?
It would seem that the Tlilaxu believe that, yes. I believe the exact who of it doesn't really matter anymore. For the Tlilaxu, a single breach warrants annihilation. They'll burn the whole house down, just to kill the mouse.
And if they think some mouse got away?
Then they're not done burning. They'll keep going house by house, room by room, name by name, until the scent's gone and the ash settles.
This Lave character doesn't sound like much of an agent.
Agent doesn't mean what you think here. Fenring's people aren't all cloak and dagger types. More like a specialized bunch of killers and survivors. You fit in better than you realize.
What else do I need to know about Lave?
If only I had a dossier and a drink menu. Find the man. You'll learn more in 5 minutes than I could tell you in 10.
Understood.
Should you require further guidance, return to me.
I'll get going. Right. To the bar. Which I believe was over here. Here's the upper level. I imagine you're the one I want to talk to. I wish it gave us the names of people when I highlight them. Because I can't remember the name of the NPCs.
Hello! Welcome to the Matador Room, where the spirit of Caladan steps into the ring. Poised, unshaken, and noble to the end, eh?
To the end, is that an old greeting? That's not good.
Here we pay tribute to Duke Polus Atreides, the Matador of Honor, the blade wrapped in velvet. His was a dance not of death, but of discipline, of a soul meeting fate without fear.
What happened to him? I think we already know he got killed by an animal he was hunting or some description. Something like. I forget the specifics from the book.
Ah, alas. The old Duke met his fate in the ring. Ah, but as the sea shapes the shore, so too does courage shape legacy. Enter as guest, remain as kin. For this is a house where dignity does not bow.
The peon bows every day, but we never surrender our dignity.
As you say, peon. Hugo speaks in a metaphor. No offense is intended.
I'm looking for your private rooms. I'm very sure I have no right to ask, but still.
Believe me, I would love to usher you in and cause a scandal. But unless your house's sigil is on the registry, you will have to enjoy this floor with the rest of us wretches.
I respect the velvet rope, but today I'm stepping over it. With your blessing would be best. I don't want to threaten him. I get it, rules, but I'm not here for the ambience. I'm following a lead, and that rune matters.
Follow all the leads you want, friend. But not past that curtain. I don't bend the rules just because someone sounds serious. Besides, the room is on lockdown. I'm just the gatekeeper here.
Lockdown? What happened?
A minor medical incident with a patron. We are grateful for your patience.
That's all you can tell me? A minor medical incident? Are they already dead?
Of course, discretion and propriety forbid me from disclosing the activities of our patrons. You understand.
Subprofessor Swordsman's me. He believes the one I'm seeking is in immediate danger.
Hey, Thors sent you.
I'm looking for an engineer called Austin Lave. Word is he's a regular.
Yes, we know Master Leith well. Alas, he is the subject of the unfortunate medical incident I spoke of.
Minor medical incident, you said?
Yes, but that was before you identify yourself as the sub-prefect's agent.
And now?
I regret to inform you that the engineer has suffered the most conclusive of health setbacks.
That's certainly one way to put it. He's dead?
Let's just say he won't be ordering more drinks anytime soon.
Was anyone else seen entering the private rooms beside Lays?
Master Leith, he was not exactly a social creature, but he wasn't a monk either. Few faces came and went, trusted ones at that. Well, Alistair, the steward, kept him fed and pickled. The wine merchant, Ambrose Lucifera, would sometimes stop in for a glass or a five. He and Leith share a taste for esoteric reactionary literature. Oh, and his assistant, Hester Klimt. Well, she is the one who actually keeps the planetologist office running. If Leith had a shadow, it was her.
What is reactionary esoteric literature?
She is a blend of outdated political theory, mystical dogma, and a romantic delusion. Written by fringe thinkers for fringe audiences. Master Leith's attentions were ever diverted by it, and proletarian erotica.
What was that last part?
Proletarian erotica. Titillating stories about the field hands and mechanics, usually. Grimy rendezvous in tool sheds and bunkhouses. Factory workers rotting behind oil drums while quoting dialectics. It's someone's version of liberation, I suppose.
What are you doing with the body?
Currently, I am speaking with you. Soon I will attend to Master Leith.
Speak plainly.
Master Leith was na familia. But without kin, there is no inquiry, no scandal. Just a body and a silence. I leave a glyph for the Beggars Guild. They take care of the rest. Efficient, discreet.
What do they do with it? Wait, there's a Beggars Guild?
How else do you expect beggars to decide the turf boundaries and resolve disputes?
With a knife?
In the old days, yes. But the Duke does not abide violence in the streets.
Fair enough. I still need to see the body.
Very well. But may I ask what is it you are looking for?
I'm not sure this I'm not sure this was accidental or suicide. Ergo, it might have been a conspiracy.
What a conspiracy! The man was cooked on Vanta draft, and he liked to play revolutionary between relapses.
Vanta?
Ah, very well.
I didn't click anything.
I grant you access to the lounge, but I make it quick.
I didn't click anything. Mind if I run a quick scan there? I might pick up something I would otherwise miss.
Please, wave your little wand around. You will see what I saw. The trail of a man who burned from the inside out.
I better go. Okay, so where are we heading? This way. Yes. I do hope I have a hand scanner with me. I do.
If you're hearing this, well, I didn't get away. I'm Austin Lathe, engineer. The guy they call when they want things done, not questions asked. There was this one chance I could have said no, but I didn't. I crunched the numbers, fine-tuned them. That was all it took to bring down the ceiling on 1,000,000 lives. I didn't press the button, but I knew it was coming. I just didn't want to disappoint the guy who asked. They gave me a new title, a nicer code, called me Na Familia. But after that, they wouldn't look me in the eye. And the thing I hear over and over, it's not the blast, it's my silence. When I found this pamphlet stuck behind a sink, you dig, you sweat, you die, and your work builds opera houses on worlds you'll never see. There was a sandfly stamped on the back, razor wings, sickle-shaped stinger. What bleeds in silence must one day sing. Didn't get it then, but those words stuck.
So... he's had contact with sandflies. The chaotic strain of papers littered the table. It would look as if it had been stormed through, if it weren't for the empty cup standing undisturbed. Look at the documents. Scrolls spread on the table, mostly covered in scribbles, shaped, crumpled, dirtied. One stands out near the top stack. Look at the neat part from the top of the stack. It's a manifesto of spice paper. It reads, "Wings in the dark, notes towards a future without chains." A manifesto of some sort. Look at the messy scribble stacks. Sketches and undecipherable schematics. It's too chaotic. Look at the cups. Cups look soiled. Austin Lathe was either an exceptionally heavy drinker, or he may have had some company. The cups all look the same. Empty, save for some dark dregs at the very bottom. A strong, aggressive smell comes off it. It's a bit sticky to the touch. Empty, you can smell a faint scent of spice wine. Empty, smells of spice wine. Substance, a sort of reddish stain can be seen in the rim when held to the light. That's a resource scanner. This one doesn't help. Do I not have my proper scanner with me? Footprints. Several people have gone in and out of this room. Okay. A plastone cafe stands empty on the table. Its mouth open, carrying only faint scents of spice wine. Examine the label. Carthage vintage, briny and material kissed by the ocean winds. Let's have a look at the body. Gaunt frame lies slumped in the bench, pale and waxy. Salt streaks mark where his final sweat dried hours ago. Examine the clothing first. Well-made garment, finely tailored, but woven and unchanged for days. Pockets are empty, showing no recent use. Infer behavioural pattern from dress and state. Examine the head. Examine the eyes. His eyes remain closed. They're open. Lids sunken with heavy bags. Corners are faintly clouded. The mark of sudden systemic failure. From the fringe corner of his mouth, dried and faint crust, without measurable expertise. What this indicates eludes you. Extended isolation, no recent change in clothing suggests focus on study or secrecy over personal upkeep. No obvious signs of trauma. It says cause of death from posture and status. A limp collapse, mouth sliding open, suggests sudden systemic failure rather than a violent or prolonged agony. Examine the hands. Gaunt hands lie limp, fingernails uneven, and chewed down, an unnatural nervous habit for a man of his station. And lies hands for environmental clues. No defensive wounds or resistance. Ready to spilled wine, the fingertips bare, faint grey smudges from paper handling. Okay. Thick, well-printed, leather-bound tome is on the table. Its spine stamped with a numeral 7, clearly one of many volumes. We examine the rear cover. Stamped on the back reads, printed without imperial sanction by lantern and ash press. Read in secrecy, burn in silence. Examine the cover. A leather cover bears gilded lettering, History of the Imperium's Descent, Volume 7. The exact revolt, cause, conduct, and consequences. The pages are dense with fine print along its edges, faint smudges, and a slight discoloration suggesting frequent handling. 2 sections are bookmarked. Contains... Well, the content probably won't help you solve the case, but the history enthusiasts would enjoy this. Probably not, but it depends on where they're... what is bookmarked. Read the foreword. The volume reaches us under the cloud of censure. Tyrus Mendeco completed it while confined in Carthage Gate Prison on Catania. Volume 7 on the Israeli Revolt. Bear neither rebellion, ambition, nor the heavy hand of the Imperial reprisal. The Imperium has not authorized this printing. Possession may invite scrutiny, yet the record of dissent is as vital as triumph. And Makoto's pen craves the shadowed history's rare clarity. Shadows circle the Israeli nobles and merchants form quietly, meeting in private halls and sealed gardens, and their grievance whispered in secret. Their pooled resources bribed officials and courted discontent. Their aim was simple: undermine the authority. Each plot, secret shipment edged down close to the open vault. The aftermath rippled through the Landsrad, sowing distrust amongst the noble houses, where we have raised dissent and hidden conspiracies. Imperial police policies hardened with increased surveillance and harsh penalties, as fear of rebellions reshaped political alliances and court intrigues. Culturally, the revolt has left scars, songs of loss, caution passed quietly among the people, and whispered reminders of defiance invite ruin. Quiet meal for quiet ends. The food sits cooling. Muted witness and man who avoids crowd and death that could not wait. Examine the food. The meal is barely disturbed. Braised slig. Carthian pulled rice and stuffed olives. An off-world indulgence. So the thing that's potentially interesting is probably the contents of one of these cups. The other two is clearly wine. I don't know what the other one would be. I wonder why Arakine's taking so long to load. It must be the number of players that are there, I suppose. We have an MVM or an NVMe as a drive, so it shouldn't take that long. Target witnesses in the upper zone.
Oh, I swear to the stars, if you're here to ply me with a drink, I'm going to shove shards of glass in your eyes. I'm sorry. Am I sorry? No, no, I'm not. Let me be plain. This is the worst possible time. I do not wish to speak. Kindly go away, please.
Being in Austin's room, I would like to ask a few questions. She's the person we was told to find.
You've seen... Very well. Let's get this over with. My name is Hester Klimt. Ask your questions.
Can you tell me how you know Austin late?
I was his assistant. We worked together at the Imperial Planetologist's office. That's the extent of our relationship.
What sort of man was Austin?
He was my boss. I didn't know him outside of the workplace. I can't be of any more help than that.
What sort of boss was he?
Adequate. He was... adequate. At any rate, he's dead now, leaving me sorting out a mountain of chaos. Damn him. Sorry.
You have no other insights to impart?
No. And what does it matter? There's no foul play. Unless you have some compelling evidence or medical training, I have to deal with the fallout now. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to prepare. I have to clean out his office. I have to prepare for his replacement. There's too much.
I'll leave you to it. Okay. We need some kind of medical experience. Do we know anyone here who's a Sook doctor? Yeah, we can't get the scanner out. Scan here. Was we supposed to talk to her first? I'm not sure. I didn't pay attention to the order of the quest. Empty safe with some dark dregs at the very bottom. A strong aggressive smell comes off it. It's a bit sticky to the touch. It's the only thing that's weird, because the others are all clearly spice wine. And this is spice wine. An unusual nervous habit, manifestation. It's just it's his lip that had the froth clings to the corner of his mouth. Dried to a faint crust. Without medical expertise, what this indicates eludes you. Oh, we can target the sky. Where can we find a Sook doctor? We know where we can find a Mentat. We can find a Mentat downstairs. There's a couple of people we could talk to, but I don't know whether or not they would actually give us the answer we want. The only doctor we know of is in Harco Village. And he's the only doctor I can think of.
Evening, Sergeant. Am I being redeployed to the gutter, or just the curb?
Do you know Austin Lathe?
Looking for Austin Lathe, hmm? Let me tell you about Corporal Lathe. No relation, mind you. 5th Mesa Infantry, Dejamwadi, hell of a fight. We'd cut down half a cohort of Harkonnen dragoons and engineers, stalling the Bastion's build. One blink too long, and we were marked. Last fire from the Bastion's shadow, pinning us down, peeling men apart. But Corporal Lathe, he moved through that ruin like it was his own grave. Blood on the stone, breath like ash. Got behind the nest, killed it quiet. A minor victory swallowed by the endless grind of war. Corporal Lathe and 11 other troopers died that day.
Interesting.
You want a hero's tale, that's it. But don't expect the Lathe you're chasing to be like that. Different man. This one's just a ghost story for fools at the bar. I hope your Lathe is alive. Mine surely isn't.
Well, that was wholly unhelpful. You look Benny Gesserit. Now, what are the three ladies here doing? They're all clearly staged, so that we can talk to them. Let's talk to them. Are they all the same? Trying to determine if... No, I think they have different faces.
Hello? Are you the server? I would like to change my order.
Can I get you something?
Would you be a dear and see if you could change my beverage order from spiced coffee to tea?
I'll see what I can do.
Are you from the planetologist office? I'm getting rather annoyed.
No, ma'am, I was hoping I could, hoping you could answer a question.
Wait, I can't hear you at all. Allow me to engage my enhanced hearing. Only thing the bloody Tlilaxu are good for. There. Now, tell me again. Are you from the planetologist office? My grandson Cyprian is the Imperial planetologist here.
Oh! Tell me about your grandson, Cyprian.
He is the Imperial planetologist here on Arrakis.
So you said.
Are you from his office? I must know if he has made time for his correspondence.
His correspondence?
His love letters, you fool. We've been over this before.
First I've heard of any love letters.
How else is he supposed to rule the Atreides girl? The boy can barely write his name. As discussed previously, we three have authored the letters, and it is up to Cyprian to personalize and sign them. A small task, even for him. The Atreides girl will not be able to resist.
So yeah, Cyprian is the prick that's standing way behind us in that little alcove over there. I couldn't remember if Cyprian was that dude or the older guy that we've been talking to. So they're trying to get him to woo. Is it Arya? I forget her name. But we know the girl of which, or the Atreides girl of which they speak. You three wrote your grandson's love letters to Astria Atreides.
Yes, yes. Has he signed them?
I'll have to go check. Chronicle contact dates Atreides Astria. Is that part of the Codex? Great schools, Bene Gesserit, House of Atreides. Another deserts. Okay, so it's updated this. Understand we love our Atreides. Torn off balanced. Just when I feel coming to my competing forces. Now that's something else. It had a similar symbol to this thing. It's like an actual quest. I don't know if it's relevant, but the planetologist's office has been mentioned.
Very well. What do you want?
I met your grandmother and her friends.
Have you? And yet somehow you still possess your fingers and toes. Well, Grandmama must be getting soft in her 2nd century. What did Grandmother want, pray tell?
She wanted to know if you signed your love letters to Astro Atreides.
Aristae Atreides.
Aristae's.
How I am sick of that name. As if a match was ever possible. For one, she dresses like an ugly boy. Desert khaki was never in. And two, my grandmother knows well the direction which my tastes lie. And it is not towards mousy Bene Gesserits, or anyone else that smells like books.
Goodbye. Actually, I have questions about Hester Khmer and Often Lays.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
They both work as the Imperial Planetologists.
Why are you harassing me? Portafoy, prepare for action.
Not necessary, I'll leave. Worth a try. Let's report back.
Are you from the planetologist office? I'm getting rather annoyed.
Do I look like I'm from the planetologist?
Wait. There. My grandson Cyprian is the Imperial planetologist here.
As I said, I wanted to ask you a question.
Who are you? Are you from the planetologist office? My grandson Cyprian is the Imperial planetologist here.
You said that. You already said that.
Well, you should bloody well know him if you are from the Imperial planetologist office.
I'm not. I never said I was.
Then why are we speaking?
What are you? Are you any help?
What? I see no cup in your hand, so why are you in my presence? Are you dumb as well as deaf? Go find my tea before you taste the back of my hand.
Do I look like a server to you?
All you paws look the same. Do you expect me to tell you apart? I don't even know why they bother to give your kind names. You don't name a broom or a shovel, do you? Now piss off.
Oh, she's pleasant, isn't she? Can I get her tea? I doubt it.
Welcome to the Matador Room. If you're here for shade, spirits, or secrets, you found the right bar. If you're here for honesty, I suggest dehydration.
I have some further questions I wanted to ask you about the case. I've not spoken to them yet.
If you must.
When was the last time you saw Lathe alive?
Saw him when he came in to measure his vantadraft. Fussed with the paw like a chemist balancing a toxin. That was this morning.
Have you seen anyone else come and go from the room?
His assistant Hester and that puffed-up wine merchant Ambrose Lucifera used to intrude, but not lately. The last few weeks he kept the door closed and the bottle closer.
What can you tell me about his choice of reading material?
What was he reading? I don't always keep up.
History of the Imperial Descent, Volume 7.
Very heavy, and good for killing ants.
Have you read it?
I'm holding out for the Communinet adaptation. Histories of Imperial Descent, Volume 6 was a real hoot.
Tell me about Master Lathe.
He was a good customer. Generous with his bar tab, which was paid like clockwork at the end of every month.
Paid, but not by him?
That was my impression. The Solaris were always transmitted by wire from an account with an Arsent transit code.
Arsent?
A garrison town in the eastern Haga Basin. Pray you never see the place. It's where the Sardaukar are encamped.
Goodbye. Well, that makes sense. It's not helpful, though. So, no one has been in or out. We need to find a soup doctor. You look weird. You don't happen to know where I can find a soup doctor?
Ah, you are back.
I have more questions.
How can I help?
Did Lathe ever mention enemies or any reason why somebody would want to harm him?
He did say something about hating the Harkonnens, but that does not make him special around here.
Any idea what trouble he may have with the Harks?
Trouble and the Harkonnens go hand in hand here. You could throw a stick in any direction and hit someone with a grudge against the Baron. But a murder here? Right under Hawat's nose. That is not just bold. She is near impossible. You would need more than hate or ambition. It would take something special to earn that.
I better go. I don't suppose... Yeah, it is actually telling me where to go. You taking me to a souk doctor? Who or what is 100 that way? In fact, it wants me to go that way as well, but it has more than one thing. Upstairs. Downstairs. Means around the back. That's in some very hidden location. How the devil did we get to there then? Let's try the other one. It was downstairs as well. It's closer to in here. Sending us back to them. Yeah, it's just to here. That's what I thought this looped around to. So where's that one pointing? Is that just where they put the actual room? No, it can't be because it's... They're sending us to a different map. Otherwise, it wouldn't ask us if we wanted to leave the map we were on.
Report.
I went to the Bull. The engineer was already dead when I got there.
Then our lead is cold, along with the corpse. Still, death has a way of leaving fingerprints. Did he leave any behind?
Everyone at the Bull assumes he died of natural causes.
Self-inflicted incompetence happens more than you'd think.
I saw some frothing. It could be draught, but it looked off.
Froth suggests seizure, or poison, or both. His usual habits might have masked something more deliberate.
The Bull staff are certain it was Vanderdraut.
I see. Then I suggest you speak with our resident Sook, Dr. Shafat. Perhaps she can clarify what your untrained eyes cannot.
Thank you. I have no idea where she is, but I was looking for a Sook doctor. Where can I find her?
Dr. Shafat keeps a back alley surgery near the entrance. Curious how the Sooks so often favor squalor over station.
I'll get back to it. Back alley by the station. How the blasted hell did we get to that marker? I was right, we needed to head there. So... This is the back alley. Up there? Aha! We ran past it. We got ourselves mixed up with which one we were looking at. There you are.
You do not appear to be injured or ill. So what brings you to my clinic?
Oh, look, it's another one of them. do they actually go to the trouble of doing the other things? No, this time they did not. Let me check something. Okay, what are we doing? I'm investigating the death of Oslin Lave.
I can't say I know the name, but I'm afraid my head has been buried in matters concerning my clinic of late. What's this to do with me?
Sub-Prefect Tor thought I should discuss the particulars of the victim's cadaver with you.
Sub-Prefect Tors is aware of me. I'm flattered, I think. The word victim is rather loaded. I assume you suspect foul play. Today has taken an interesting turn. I'll do the best I can without a body to directly examine. What can you tell me about the state of the cadaver?
Found frothing around the cadaver's mouth.
That makes me suspect poison. However, without bodily samples to test, I cannot confirm.
How might I confirm a poison theory?
A poison snooper would be the most expedient method.
Do you have a poison snooper to spare?
I'm afraid I don't have any snoopers at all. My supplies are lacking in general at the moment.
Do you know how I could acquire one?
If I knew that, I'd have one already. But I'm not exactly familiar with the more illicit sources of goods in Arakeen.
Goodbye. Okay. Poison sniffer. We have 2 markers. We could go back and ask them, or... In fact, it's not sending us back to ask them. It's sending us elsewhere. Somebody down. I think this is pointing to the scrap dealer. Yes.
Oh, hey there, friend. Looking for anything special?
In point of fact, I am.
Well, color me curious. You've got a specific purpose in your eyes. What are you looking for?
I'm in the market for a poison snooper.
You're in luck. I just so happen to have a snooper. I could part with it for a proper pittance of Solari, or perhaps some alternative form of payment.
Give Solari. I'll pay in Solari.
Solari always spends. Much obliged.
Okay. I don't know why, when we've got a quest like this, I'm expecting it not to give me the markers. Because I think it has done that before. Particularly if it's like an investigation quest. But I think a lot of the times in this particular game, it just sends you straight to, or it just points you straight to where you need to go to. Okay, examine the upper body. Use the poison snooper. Poison snooper flashes red near his fingertips, indicating contact with lingering sulfur toxin. Next. He was clearly poisoned, but given his disposition and the spike draught he prefers, the source of the poison needs to strengthen this. Okay. We think... Look at the cups. Okay. It might be the food. It says the food is barely touched. Or actually... Why? How did they not see that? Why did that not happen in development? The poisonous snooper spawned within our body with its snooping nose coming out where our crotch is. How did that happen? The snooper grows later on the page's edges. Contact poison. The book itself became known as an executioner. Patient developing lethal poisoning, enhanced by his nervous habits. Whoever did this knew him well. Okay, we have enough evidence. I wonder if we can give the Sook Doctor the poison snooper once we're done. As a thank you for the useful information. Interesting. Twitch is not responding as fast as they usually do to reports of scams and spam. Okay.
You? Again? Feel like a rash. Sorry. Was that hurtful? Not hurtful enough. How is this supposed to go? I'm in over my head. I'm not in the proper state of mind, and I promise there will be collateral damage if I have to open my mouth.
Evidence suggests that Austin was murdered. What can you tell me about him?
Murder? That's impossible. I don't... How could you... How?
Why do I get the suspicion she's responsible? But she's doing it because somebody else either threatened her or asked her, and she's just really bad at hiding it. She's clearly worried about something.
No, there's clearly been a mistake. The situation is insane enough without these wild theories.
Your breathing rate has changed. I suspect you're holding back information. Poison snippers cannot lie. People, however, can. Perhaps at this very instance. Let's not threaten her. But let's go the Bene Gesserit route. We are wearing the uniform.
All right, you nerve-wracking hound. Let me think. Perhaps I do know something that would help. Ask your questions.
Did Austin exhibit any strange behavior leading up to his murder?
Stranger than usual? He did become extra agitated. Paranoid, even. Particularly after a meeting with a strange woman.
Woman?
A redhead. He met with her in a closed room for hours. He came out, distressed, immediately ordering a Thop to transport for the following day.
Where did he go after the meeting with the redhead? I doubt she knows who this woman was, but we'll ask, who was the woman?
I didn't recognize her. She looked, noble, perhaps.
Where did he go after the meeting?
I don't know if I should,
This is vital to solving his murder.
He had a secret workshop in the Eastern Shield Wall. I don't know why he chose such a remote location. I don't know what he worked on there. I never saw him work. I'll send you the coordinates of the workshop.
Thank you, Kozo. You've been most helpful. Okay. Now they're going to be of much use. Let's interrogate these.
Ah, you are back.
I have more questions.
How can I help?
The poison snooper lit up when I analysed his book.
But who would want to kill Master Leith? He was already doing a good job over that himself. Between his taste for that toxic Harkonnen brew he loved so much, and the company he kept.
What kind of company was that?
House deserters and ex-Dune men mostly. Not the kind that file taxes or hold court on Kaiten.
Ex-Dune men, are we talking about
Keep
sandflies?
it down, stranger. But yes, if you are asking if Master Leith drifted that far, he did. Master Leith was a creature of habit, wretched ones. Benders that lasted days, women and drink until he couldn't see straight.
Public kind of collapse or private?
Oh, public! Shouting poetry in the gutter. One sock, no shoes. The sheriff, he dragged him in more than once. No charges, of course. Not for his kind.
And then?
He would vanish. Poof! Sometimes for days or weeks at a time. Always come back clear-eyed, skin back like a desert stone. That is when he would hole up in the private room, pour himself a Vanta, crack open one of those revolutionary tomes, and the cycle would begin anew.
Goodbye. Okay, there's one more person in here apparently we can talk to him about. Maybe it is that dude.
Found what you were looking for? Or just a new regret to pair with your drink?
You need to shut down the Espada room. Noble has been murdered.
I believe you are mistaken. Master Leith is under the influence of something quite spiritual. Vantadraft. Known side effects include coma, confession, and occasionally death. But let's be generous and assume the middle one.
We know he was dead. Quit playing games.
You're right. No games. Just a corpse in the Espada room, and a list of insults I had hoped to use before Vantadraft finished what regret started.
You don't think he was murdered?
Murdered? No. Master Leith was far too committed to slow, deliberate self-annihilation, not flashy enough for murder.
You seem pretty sure of that.
Self-loathing's not a flaw in this town. It's a currency, and Master Leith had it to spare. He spent it on bad liquor, bad romance, and bad books. In that general order.
Who gained the most from the engineer's death? I have no further question. Bad romance. We know there was a woman.
Master Leith collected bad decisions like drink tickets. And love was just another excuse to disappear for a night. Or 3.
Let's get to the point. Bad books.
Weird stuff. Off-the-record titles. Things that don't circulate legally. Class struggle. Worker dignity. That sort of quaint filth. The kind of books that'll get you locked up on over half the systems in the Imperium.
Can you be more specific? We already told him about this book. I think this conversation is out of order.
Sorry. The desk to sign up library books is on the lower floor.
You're funny, but you're also nosy and observant. What did he read?
Things you don't read for fun. Anti-imperial treatises. Sandfly manifestos.
What do you think he was after?
I don't know. I suppose he wanted to unbolt the class system with his wrench and conviction. Should have known tools like us don't get to fix things. We just hold the weight until it crushes us.
What was the engineer's drink?
Vanta Draft. Poured black as regret. The real stuff. Illegal, with a trace of poison. Mined in barrels, not bottled. Master Lathe said it was the only drink honest enough to finish what he started.
Yeah, this conversation's out of order. We know he was poisoned and poisoned by the book. So I think we should have had this conversation when we first talked to him, but we must have skipped it somehow.
Not officially. Just a spice stabilizer that got banned in 3 systems. Makes the color pretty. Also kills your liver. Depending on who you ask, that's a feature.
Variant damages irreversible quality to stabilizer is optimistic. Wait, banned in 3 systems. Well, since we have the option.
Optimistic? That's generous. The bottle said, may impair judgment. Master Lathe read that as permission.
Who gains most from the engineer's death?
You will have to ask his assistant, Hester Klimt. She catalogues tragedy like a tax collector. Go spoil her mood.
It's already spoiled. Have you not noticed? I have no further questions now. So we can't mention the poison to him. Okay, what about you? You're the only other person that we could talk to about this.
Back so soon? Can't get enough of my charming company, eh?
Okay. He said the library is downstairs. No, this is just pointing us to this room. No, I remember you. You are probably not related to any of this. Can't interrogate you. Can't interrogate her. I have no reason to suspect these 3 would have anything to do with anything.
Are you from the planetologist?
I mean, we can question him. I doubt he'll give us any answer.
Very well. What do you want?
Yeah, no. Nothing from you. Who else do we need to talk to then? In the upper. There's someone up here that has some information. Shouldn't be you. We can try.
If it isn't my would-be assassin with a heart of gold, or perhaps silver or bronze, I can always count on you to liven up a mundane evening.
I'm here to inquire about Austin Lathe's death.
Austin's dead? But I only saw him recently. So full of life.
Morning will have to wait. I have questions. No, let's be... I think he's being sarcastic, so let's be sarcastic. I'm sorry, I know this might come as a terrible shock.
Wait. Is this a potential murder investigation? How charmingly macabre! Do you really think someone murdered poor Austin? Shh, don't spoil it. Yes, I simply must be involved. How might I facilitate your sleuthery?
Are you sober enough to answer questions?
Now see here, I am only midway through today's debauch, and am of sound enough mind to answer the queries of both of you. There are 2 of you, yes? I jest. Oh, do lighten up. This isn't a funeral, it's a possible murder scene.
I have a reason to believe that Austin was poisoned. Thoughts?
Well, I should think you'd be the resident expert on poisons with your involvement in the farcical plot to assassinate me. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, but I did warn you about the poison.
Just a jest at your expense. All water under the bridge, I assure you. Why, some of my closest friends have tried to murder me at one time or another. Now, what were we talking about?
Your thoughts on Austin being poisoned?
A proper murder mystery, and I'm a suspect. How wickedly romantic. Perhaps Perhaps I felt a deadly envy toward my dear friend.
Dude, are you alright? You alright, dude? Oh, he's almost escaped. Nope, nope. No, he's still stuck. Envy over what?
Oh, nothing comes to mind. He was a sad sack of wine, whereas I am rather fabulous. Come to think of it, we weren't very close friends. Pshaw, we can hammer out a motive later. I'm just glad to be in the rogues gallery of this caper.
Can you tell me anything constructive about my poison theory? You're too absurd to be a real suspect. Maybe you're trying to frame me off the scent with this idiocy. Do you really believe people like you as much as you imagine? Can you tell me anything constructive about my poison theory?
I can say this about poisoning Austin. It would be easy to do. The man had recently developed a bottomless appetite for spiced alcohol. Not everyone can handle vice with the charm and panache that I do. People like Austin turn alcoholic dependency into something depressing. Something terrible haunted that man. 1 part guilt and 2 parts fear of discovery, shaken well and garnished with intrigue.
You're not as bumbling or whimsical as you want others to believe.
My, such a sharp and incisive mind. You're liable to cut yourself on it. I trust you'll keep that little deduction between us.
I want to discuss some of my findings regarding the murder. Have you been here all day? Well, we need to find out where the book came from.
Do I get to play the part of a potential suspect? Fun! Yes, I've been at this establishment for most of the day. Sounds sad now that I'm saying it. Anyway, the proprietor can vouch for me.
Did you notice anyone coming in and out at around about the time of his death?
Well, only the usual assortment of patrons. Nothing noteworthy, I'm afraid.
I want to discuss some of my findings regarding the murder.
Allow me to lend you an ear. Maybe 2.
Look at his fingers indicate a vicariate or a vicious nail-biting habit. Do you know anything about the book Austin was currently reading?
I can say that he was rather buried in that book. A recent reading obsession. He even had it open at the bar, barely registering the people around. I was mildly put off by all the finger-licking he did whilst turning the pages, but if moisture is needed on Arrakis, one must simply supply it themselves.
So that's how he got poisoned. The poison was on the book, but because he's licking his fingers, that's how he ingested it. Can you tell me anything about the subject of the matter?
Oh, yes, that was the most scandalous bit about it. A rather controversial text full of criticisms of the Empire. The title was Histories of Imperial Descent, Volume 7, The Ikaz Revolt Causes, Conduct, and Consequences Within the Imperium. Or something thereabouts. Come to think of it, he also recently read a banned Sandflies manifesto titled Wings in the Dark, Notes Toward a Future Without Chains.
We've already observed this. He's playing the drunken buffoon, but he is bloody sharp. I think he nailed that book title exactly. You're very perceptive for a day drinker.
Yes, well, I simply must petition my house to change our motto to, for we are high functioning.
A look at his fingers indicated vicarious nail-biting habit.
Ah, yes, his illimitable nervous tic. I can stomach murder and cadavers, but just thinking about that man's poor, tormented cuticles. Ugh. And I'll tell you another thing. He had deep-seated mother issues that bordered on fetishistic.
How do you know?
We can smell our own.
Okay. Do you know anything about a redhead? This is probably going to assume we're talking about his assistant, but I'm talking about someone else.
Only that they have an improbably high propensity for slapping me, men and women. Though to be fair to them, I deserved it. Oh, do you mean Austin's tremulous little apprentice cowering at the window?
Esther, no, not that redhead.
In that case, no.
Do you know anything about a relationship between Austin and the Sandflies?
I'm afraid I missed out on that bit of gossip. A pity. I did see him reading a Sandflies manifesto recently.
That's all for now.
I shall count the minutes until the next disaster.
I think I'm done here.
It's been a most unusual pleasure. Should you discover any more juicy details, I'll be here, keeping vigil for poor Austin.
Okay. So the book was poisoned and he died because he was licking or chewing his nail, or licking his fingers or chewing his nails, which is how he ingested it. What we don't know is where the book came from, or how the poison got on the book.
Report.
I spoke with Kermit, Austin's assistant. She didn't want to believe it, but I laid it out. This was murder.
You rattled her then? Good. Did anything shake loose?
She said Austin had been on the edge lately, had a thopter lined up, meant to fly out to his workshop tomorrow.
Did she say where? If he was running, that's the direction we look.
Yeah, not just a workshop, but buried in Sandfly base, deep in the eastern shield wall.
Very good. You're starting to think like a Cheops player. But every cleared square reveals a trap or a truth. Go see which one Lath left behind.
Cheop?
The pyramid game. 9 levels. Like chess built for mentats. It doesn't matter if you have... The point is, you don't win Cheops by chasing pawns. Every piece changes value as you climb the board. Just like an investigation, you can't trust what's in front of you until you understand what's above it and what's beneath.
Right. Okay, go in then. Okay. I forget what the level limit is, or if there is even a level limit. Oh, we have a third bot. This time it's just the standard one. One moment, please. This one's easier. Report. Spam. Spam. 7 viewers. Next. Verify. Report. Block. Done. I think I need to add drop me on Discord to my list of banned terms. That will get rid of the new version of the "Hey, I want to be a fan, add me on Discord" message. Which is absolutely a scam. Absolutely a scam. I am grateful I don't currently have to put up with them on YouTube as well. Okay, so... I imagine this is... Oh, maybe it actually is back in... Yeah, it's telling us to get back to Higarbation. And track location. If it's the eastern shield wall, then we want to be on the opposite side. Don't we? No, east. East is this side. I think our best bet is to enter in here, is going to put us closest, most likely. Okay. It would have been better off going directly north, but never mind, we're close enough. It won't take us long to cover that distance once we have the altitude. I forget whether these are tier 6 wings or tier... I don't think I can get the actual tier of the wings. Tier 6 or tier 5 glide wings. I do have some endgame equipment, but it was too much of a hassle to do the grind for it. So we're all geared out with mostly tier 5. Are we looking for that? No, it's below us somewhere. That one there. Okay. Okay, you get over here. What's dash? I've forgotten what evade is. Is evade. Okay, it's alt. Someone's trying to blow us up. I do not appreciate that. The gear we have is a little bit overkill for these guys. Okay, beneath us. We need a red keycard. Been too long since I last played, I can't remember the keys for all of these. Okay. I suspect that red keycard's going to be over this direction. Assuming I can remember what one looks like. No key card here. Oh, there's an above. No, it's a green keycard, isn't it? It's the outer edge that we're looking for regards to the colour. That just tells us whether we have access or not. Okay.
started asking questions like, who does this serve? And the answer kept coming back, it serves them, the nobility. And nobody burned brighter on that tyrant than Phaedra by. Old money, old grudges. She wore ruin like perfume. We drank, talked, pretended we weren't just ghosts. One night I told her my worst secret, the one I can't say here. She didn't flinch. I asked her what that made me. A man, she said. A man with blood on his hands like the rest of us. You just don't wear gloves. Then one morning she showed up with real gloves, silk, elbow length. I knew she was hiding something. I gave her my worst sin like it was a love letter. She smiled, kissed me, then she asked for a confession. Not for her, for the Harkonnens. Said she needed money to buy back her family's heirloom. I laughed and asked if she was serious. Deadly, she said, and took another sip of her drink like it was just another Thursday.
Blackmail letter. What was the other one? There it was. Old carpet schematics. Can we read these? Poison report of Austin's book. My dear, reminder of the promise you made. Tell all, or I tell the whole Harkonnens. The wish Sova is waiting. Or carpet schematics. So that's what I was figuring was probably the case. He told them how to bring the place down. Right. Should be fairly close to the northern border as it is. You can probably make do without getting more altitude. Maybe. We'll find out in a second. Damn it. The exit point is over this. Or more accurately, I'm going to need to find the path through. There is one. There it is. Okay, back to Arakeen. Most bizarre. Usually when I report a spammer or a scammer to Twitch, they action it almost immediately. At least I get a notice about them actioning it almost immediately. I have not received one about any of the 3 reports we've made today. They've been very busy on our channel. A tiny, insignificant, unimportant channel. But that's why they're here. The bots are here because they think I'm going to be susceptible. They don't realize that I'm 40 years old and too old for that fucking shit. Too jaded by life. Too untrusting of my fellow humans. Okay, let's get back to him. Grabbing all the skills that give us additional movement speed was a good idea. I think we're at plus 20. I forget where the two of them were. I think there's one in Bene Gesserit and one in Swordmaster.
You've been to the workshop. Did our engineer leave anything behind besides regrets?
I've been to Lade's workshop. Killed my way in, that is.
Well, you're still alive, so I assume the greeting committee took it poorly. What did you find?
I found detailed engineering cartography for old Carthags, and precise layouts and annotations.
What kind of annotations?
The margins were filled with notes, fault lines, resonance equations. Not sure what it all meant.
Margin notes. Maybe a move, maybe a distraction. In Keops, not everything on the board is meant to be played.
I reviewed a diary entry. He referred to a woman named Leandra Vai. Vai?
Phaedra Vi.
Phaedra Vi.
Now there's a name from the past. Didn't realize she was still drawing breath.
You know her? Their relationship sounded complicated.
Complicated? Phaedra Vi is a man-eater. She doesn't flirt, she hunts. And when she sets her sights, the ending is never in doubt.
Sounds like a lot.
I knew men, smart ones who thought they were the exception, that they could handle her. They're not around to argue the point.
Phaedra Vi was blackmailing Austin Lathe.
Of course she was. Phaedra always knew how to pull a thread, until the whole man came undone.
Lathe confessed something to her, something big, and she used it to tighten the screw. Here's the thing. I know where this is going because we have information that the game is not acknowledging we have. He was responsible for letting them know how to destroy Carthag. Phaedra now has that information. The Bene Talaxi are going to be hunting her next. Lathe confessed something big, something to her, something big, and she used it to tighten the screws.
You want answers? Go see Phaedra Vi. You'll find her apartment in the Upper Central Plaza. Watch your step.
I'll get going then. This is working on the assumption that she isn't already dead. She is definitely snooping at information that we have been told. That's a player. It looks like a guard. Yeah, we have basically been told that they will kill everyone that has even the slightest bit of information. Which means Phaedra, if she's not already dead, she's on the list. Search the apartment for clues to her whereabouts. Okay, scratch marks on the floor. Drag marks, something heavy seems to be moved here recently. Well, isn't that conspicuous? There's something behind there. Footprints leading towards a bookshelf. How do we open the bookshelf? Bottle of spirits, nearly empty bottles, something was scribbled on the label. Cafe for the Grand Dame. Knock on my door if you prefer to enjoy it in company. Signed, your favourite neighbour. Black market trade receipt. Trade receipt from Taji Ogari. The receipt does not disclose what items were traded. Oh, here's the game. Award. A trophy delivered to Phaedra Vi as a show of gratitude for remarkable philanthropic efforts towards the rebuilding of Arakeen. Got something in here? Empty frame. There's no painting in this frame. It looks like it was removed recently.
They think it's a tribute. A grand revival. I'm hosting it after all. Who better? The same fools who couldn't spell Genusian if I bled it onto parchment. Dressing up the corpse of old Carthage in borrowed silks like that makes it breathe again. But that night, it wasn't a party. It was the last time the world bent around me. I ruled it for a single night, and nothing that came after ever mattered. Now they wear the masks. They mouth the toasts. They pretend they remember. It's not nostalgia. It's taxidermy. Still, if the ghosts are coming, I'll be waiting at the door.
Okay. Introductions from Flandry to her valet to transport some boxes to Sector B5 in the deep desert. That's on the safe side of things, isn't it? Yeah. Letters go deeper into the thing. I can't make it out. My hearing isn't that good. Can't get our weapons out either. Just the scanner. That's clearly a door that can be opened. I don't know how, but we have a different lead taking us elsewhere, so that away we shall go. Wonder why the loading's taking so long. It's got to just be the number of players that are trying to access this area at the minute. I mean, I am coming to this a little late, but even still, it's fairly new content. There's going to be more people around than there has been the last few months.
Did you see Phaedra?
I went to her place. She wasn't there.
I assume you found a trail to where she's hiding.
Found a transcript from Tajioji.
Could be something. Could be nothing. It could be a waste of time. Either way, see her.
She left instructions to her valet. She was tasked with transporting something valuable to the deep desert.
Interesting. Then I hope your Thopter's gassed and waiting, because you're headed into the deep desert.
Right, I'll get going. I'm still not sure what they're doing with the endgame content. I know they've stated their intention to do more with it, but it still seems like they want the endgame content to be PvP, at least the deep desert. I think they want other options for players, so they don't have to engage in the PvP, but the problem is the spice. How much are you going to get the spice and the resources to actually build the things if you don't go to the deep desert? The biggest spice fields are still in the deep desert. Not gone north enough. B5 middle. The grids are 9 by 9, I think. It's either 8 by 8 or 9 by 9. I think it's 3 lots of 3. Yeah, it's 9 by 9. So 5 is going to be bang in the middle. We enter through the middle one, then we don't have as far to go. Wings and fuel still holding up. I assume we're in A5. We're in A6. We'll be heading about that way then. Oh, look, there it is. I'm gonna hit it before. I don't think that's. Oh, no, that is it. It's somewhere in here. See a tunnel. We'll just leave this here. We won't pick it up. Oh no, it's a bit further away. Actually no, 100 meters. It probably is in here. Or not. That's a wall. That looks a bit more promising. I think there's something that doesn't want me to park here. Okay, fine, we'll pick it up. Yes, this looks better. We had some gunfire, so... Yep, it looks like we're not the first person here. Something over there.
Poor Austin. He thought I wanted justice. He thought I cared. What I wanted was my grandmother's necklace. The Star of Wisumba. 6 generations of Vais wore it. Smuggled from Ikaz in a corset lined with blood. Gone when Carthag went up in flame. Austin saw the tears. He thought they meant something, so he gave me his truth like it was a gift. I didn't betray him. Not in the end. I kept his secret and lost the necklace anyway. Even if I'd held it again, it wouldn't bring back the ballroom, or the music, or the dancers. You can't ransom ghosts. And gods be damned, the dead never write thank you notes.
Hold up painting. Where's his his body? It says to search the body. Valuables. I mean, there's a thing here that we can't interact with. But where's the body then? Oh, maybe the body was this guy. No? Or maybe the body was the person that they killed when they came in. And I need to wait for them to respawn. Yeah, that one we can't do anything with. We've been up there. Yeah, we need a body. Which we assume they will attack us. So I think we need to wait for them to respawn. They killed them around about here, so that assumes that they're going to spawn somewhere around here then. Wait. Oh. Never mind, they're outside. Body found. Cryptic note. It seems to have notes of instructions. Picture me in the glorious days before the downfall of the great city. I do not know which server offhand.
Poor Austin.
We've already listened to that.
He thought I wanted justice.
This is the thing we couldn't interact with previously, so this is probably what we need.
What I wanted was my grandmother's necklace. The Star of Wisova. 6 generations of
Sheet, list of names, each stating some shared stock volume and total value. Some names have been struck through, and the total value adjusted. And the remaining names. The sheet seems to be the second part of a longer document.
So he gave me his truth like it was a gift.
List of slaves?
I didn't betray him. Not in the end. I kept his secret and lost the necklace anyway. Even if I'd held it again, it wouldn't bring back the ballroom, or the music, or the dancers. You can't ransom ghosts. And gods be damned, the dead never write thank you notes.
Oh, come on. There's absolutely enough room here to spawn it. Fine. We'll find another place. There we go. Right, let's get back to our keep. I forget if it tells you which stitch we're on in-game, or if it only shows it between transitions. Either way, I'm just going through the story. The story just required us to go to the deep desert. Or the new story, specifically. Not the DLC story. I've not got the DLC. I might get the DLC. Because I do think the story in this is interesting. They have done some good work with that. And... we didn't hit the wall. I was expecting to hit the wall. Okay. Over we go. Yeah, maybe it doesn't tell us if we, unless we go to Higar Basin. Right. I guess the dude is worried that our comms might be intercepted, which is why we're not allowed to talk over comms. And we have to keep coming back and talking to them manually and running away again.
Report on the deep desert.
I found the valet, or what's left of him, and a vault stocked with high-value cargo. She wasn't traveling light.
Murder's noise. Cargo is signal. What kind of high value?
I found part of a manifest.
Let me see it. Huh. Yes, I recognize some of these names. Tell me what you see.
Makes me wonder if one of those names on the list is going, and the list is angling for a bigger cut. I believe the valet holds the last riches of the Carthic nobility. taken from the city before the city died. That makes sense from the things that we've heard.
Interesting. What makes you say that?
I looked at some of the items, and they seemed to belong to nobility from that time.
I see.
She was rambling about a necklace. My guess, she used the stolen goods to bargain for it.
You met with her? Somehow I missed that in your cheerful updates. A necklace, is it? It sounds like a sentiment wrapped around leverage.
Not a conversation, just her voice on a reel. She talks like she talks through the lenses like it's a confessional.
Of course. A sugar-wire confession. Last refuge of the melodramatic. Easier to confess to a machine than face a reckoning, I suppose. Anything else?
I found a cryptic note on a valet. I don't see anything really what I'm missing. Makes me wonder if one of the names in this is angling for a bigger cut. Nah, I don't think that's relevant. Oh, it's not relevant for our particular search. Found a cryptic note on a valet. Looks like some kind of code, maybe to unlock something.
Coincidentally, I have a seat at a banquet with Phaedra Vine, and several others listed on that manifest. I'll gather what I can there. You go back to Phaedra's apartment. That note might be our next key.
Okay, I have a decent idea what I need to do. I think I know how to decipher the note. I'll get right on it. I actually haven't looked at the note. But we know that there's a door in there. But we don't have the details of the note. Let's see if what we're missing is inside. So we know that there's something behind the bookshelf, we just need to find a way to open it. Has anything changed in here? It's all the same, that's the same. That we couldn't analyze last time. There's nothing behind it. What about the empty one? Because this was recently moved. It was moved recently. Behind here is probably what we need. Oh, if it's not that one, then it must be this one then. There we go. Okay. We have numbers. We've seen a date. So top left, top left, bottom left, top right. That's not how you push buttons. That one. And she's already dead. Although this is significantly more deliberate. Probably expecting no one to find them in here. Let's go for the green one first.
I've been trying to say this for weeks. Carthag, you want the truth? I was hired to fix a problem, quietly. A man, high voice, long shadow, wanted something buried. No noise, no survivors. I helped him, mapped fault lines, tuned resonance, knew exactly what would happen. They paid me, gave me a new collar, a title I never earned. Carthag fell. You've seen Ash. But I laid the tracks. When the train came, I looked away. The nightmares aren't fire or screams, they're silence. That moment before, I could have said no. Now it's inside me. The rot. I drink, I work, I don't sleep. Take this, sell it, burn it. Just remember, someone new, even if I don't tomorrow. The two men say first silence, then dust, then wings in the dark. I used to think it was poetry. Now, it feels like a countdown.
Okay, that's something else. Heavy chair holds the broken dead woman. Lol held forward. I wonder why she's dead. What could possibly be the reason why she's dead? What's strange is that according to what we know, this kind of deliberate brutality is not really modus operandi for the people that we're expecting or we're hunting. The lifeless face, mute witness to the unspeakable final act. Make forensic summation of physical evidence. Dead woman's posture, slack limbs, suggest sudden death. She died where she sat. No signs of resistance or desperate fight or flight. No foaming or toxic signs. Eye discolorations point to abrupt trauma. Death arrives swiftly, without struggle, without warning. Examine the upper body. Rich fabric straightened from lifeless form. Silken bow orated fine threads, hinting at wealth beneath the ruin. Slender silhouetted dagger buried to the hilt is visible above the collarbone. A silent testament to sudden violence. Unless that went straight through her neck, it wouldn't have just instantly killed her. We have the poison snooper, we'll use it anyway. Yeah. Silhouette hilt is slender and elegantly simple, crafted from polished steel, gently flared. Identify the weapon. Slim, unmarked hilt is familiar. Harkonnen and Dragoon captains wear them in their boots. A blade meant for energy shield combat and close work. Use the poison snooper. Examine the face. No obvious signs of physical trauma marks the dead woman's face. Perfect symmetry. Aquilin bone structure betray her highborn heritage. Aristocratic worn in the very lines and angles of her face. Her lips are perfectly red, no foaming, no residue. What under I don't know why we're doing that. Examine her eyes. Her eyes are glassy and discoloured. Clouded in the same dull, bruised tone you remember from the Austen's Night Stare. I don't know why it's allowing us to do that 3 times when we know it's not found anything. Okay. Banquet guest list. A guest list for banquet. 13 names are on the list. Most of the names seem to be from the manifest. So what's the other thing in here? We looked at that. Top part of the Torn Manifest. Surrounding the mass reveals a tiny, almost invisible, retractable needle hidden right next to the mouth. Well, there we go. I was going to say, a knife to the neck, you wouldn't just instantly die calmly. She was poisoned and then stabbed. Murders and deceit and thereby sleuthing them do make very good sense in the setting of Dune. It's nothing if not intrigue, murder and plots. Is it sending me after the Souk Doctor to identify the poison? Because otherwise I don't know who it's sending me to. It is not sending me to the Souk Doctor. Downstairs, are we? No. That's the, scrap cellar. You ain't fooling me. So what do you know?
Oh, hey there, friend. Looking for anything special?
Yes, information.
That's not normally a good I trade in. I'm more hands-on.
I know you traded goods with, Philandry.
And I've got lots of customers, each with their own sordid affairs. None of my business.
Philandry is dead.
That's unfortunate.
It's vital I understand what she was trading.
I shouldn't say. It's not good business. It's not safe.
I heard of a. I have a manifest top of the list. The Overseer. Do you know who that is? I'm curious about what she would say about most of these. The necklace is the one that she's obviously trying to get a hold of, but I doubt she's trading with her with it. Do you know who created these masks?
No.
I've heard a recording of her. She spoke of a necklace.
All right, all right. The lady was obsessed with her ancestral jewels, which I gather she lost with old Carthag. She particularly yearned for a necklace, the Star of Wisova. Turns out an enterprising scavenger had it. So Phaedra hatched some kind of scheme to get up the money to reacquire the necklace.
I have a manifest. She doesn't need to know that they were black male in Austin. It's irrelevant to this particular part of things. I have this manifest, top of the list, the Overseer. Do you know who that is?
Damn, I've got an answer, but you aren't going to like it. Phaedra was part of a little cabal who collectively had a stash of treasure they took out of old Carthag before it blew. Last to live takes the pot. Phaedra was making desperate trades to get the funds to retrieve her ancestral necklace. Well, anything could happen in that nest of covetous snakes. As for that person listed on the manifest, the Overseer, that is Sub-Prefect Tours. He's overseeing that group.
Tours? No. Why wouldn't he tell me?
Not the sort of thing you spill over afternoon tea, is it?
Tours is going to that banquet. If he's what was left behind... what if he was behind all of this all along? I mean, he'd be in the perfect position to do something. It's possible he's behind this. It's also possible he's a target. He's not given indication that he knows... Well, he knows about the Tailaxu base. So they very well may be after him next anyway, assuming that he's not working with them. We'll go with the bottom one, but he may very well just be a target. Either or could work. Tors is going to that banquet. What if he's behind all this long?
I suppose you'll be catching up with him then and leaving in a hurry, huh?
Goodbye. Enter the banquet. Oh, we might be about to get into a fight. Am I at max health? No enough. I didn't pay attention to what it said we was allowed to use in here. Okay.
That's not your door to open, stranger. Push it, and you'll find I'm harder to move than most.
I know it's a private gathering, but I need to speak with someone inside.
And by order of the Emperor, I'm telling you to slow your gallop. There's nothing for you inside.
Strong tone for someone without a uniform. Are you denying access? I just want to be clear for my report.
Who are you, stranger? By the order of the Emperor is usually enough to run most folks off. But look at you. You got the gait of someone walking on borrowed authority.
Time is of the essence. I need a fast word with someone inside. I don't have time for games, Sheriff. I need inside fast. We'll go with the top one. We won't call their bluff yet.
Fast or slow, I don't think you're gonna get much chatter out of them inside. They're all dead.
Dead? All of them?
We've got one survivor. Technically. Old bird's flapping her wings on the way down. But she'll land soon enough.
I have reason to believe Prefect Tor is among the guests. I need to confirm it. There is reason to believe Sub-Prefect was involved. I'm in the dark here like everyone else, but I'm chasing a killer for Tors. This could be connected. Let's not bring up either of the other ones.
Someone sends you running into a nest like this. Either they trust you too much, or not at all.
Doesn't matter me why they sent me. And what happens next? Point me at the bodies.
Hate to say it, but we could use a sharp pair of eyes. Come on then. Let's see what you're made of. And if you already know some of these silk-wrapped corpses, all the better.
I found a guest list with notations for the butler. Might help with sorting who's who.
Good. That saves us a few hours of corpse roulette. A few of these poor fools I already recognize by build or reputation. The rest you and your list can help with.
How do you know them?
It's my job to know who's whispering in the shadows. This crew kept to themselves. Rich, quiet, and just strange enough to raise my interest. I've had files on half of them since they landed.
What do you mean, kept to themselves since they landed?
They didn't emerge from the usual noble channels. No banquets, no procession. They landed like cargo off a discreet ledger. No registry, no flight logs I could get my hands on. And they kept to the shadows after. When nobles start behaving like spies, I start watching like one.
What did your observations uncover?
These little gatherings weren't new. Masquerades are not. Same crowd, same vices. Wine, secrets, and shouting matches dressed up as witty banter. Masks just gave them an excuse to say the quiet parts out loud.
Shouting matches about what?
They never shouted about spice or power. It was always the desert. Who knew what? Who had the map? Who owed something? Sounded more like a treasure hunt than a banquet. All I know is they were tight-lipped going out, and even tighter coming back. Anyhow, enough jawing. Let me get a look at that guest list. I'll match it with my data and cut through some guesswork.
Take a look.
Appreciate it. Now I'll play scribe. You go play confessor. The old bird is waiting.
The old bird?
Call her Countess if you like. I call her the last shriveled thorn on a dead branch. Sharp tongue, sharper memory. Don't be fooled by the frailty. She can still draw blood with a whisper. The butler saw things. Doesn't rattle easy. You do well to speak with him before the details slip through the cracks.
Yes, Sheriff.
See what the butler and the old hawk have to say. After that, come find me. I'll be the one holding this city together.
Goodbye. Okay. I get the feeling we're getting towards the end. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's another chapter after this or something else, but I need to go to the toilet, so I may as well take my break 15 minutes early. So I'll go get myself something to eat, something to drink after that. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes, and I will see you in a bit. And if we get this all finished, we'll start No Man's Sky's expedition. That will be the plan, at least. So I'll see you in a bit. I'm back, and my apologies, I forgot to enable the music while I was away. Too used to have it running, or having it running in the background, but I turned it off today. We've had a packet of crisps, we have some toast, we have a fresh cup of tea. Let's talk to the butler. Either he's not here or he's off in the corner. Hello?
Do forgive the mess. They died as they lived, loudly and with abysmal table manners.
Are you?
Butler to the late lordlings of this doomed affair. My talents include wine pairing, corpse counting, and feigning deference.
What happened here?
It began as a toast, ended as a cautionary tale. You may pick whichever part offends you the least.
I need a little more than that.
It's simple. Wine was poured, conversation flowed. Then, so did the convulsions.
I need to ask you some questions.
You will forgive my impertinence for pointing out there is a noble here who still draws breath. And her breaths are more important than my breaths. It would behoove you to speak with her while you can. I shall remain here, utterly loyal and inconsequential.
Thank you for your cooperation. I will be going. Which one of you is still alive? I assume you? No, you spill or you're spitting blood. Are you alive? Are you alive? Talk. Yes, you're moving slightly.
Splendid. An audience. I was beginning to worry I'd die without one.
Sorry to bother you, Countess.
Countess? Did you just address me as Countess?
The sheriff told me I might speak to you if you're comfortable enough to talk.
Did he now? How sweet. That sun-scalded half-breed always did mean well, even if he has the conversational grace of a bricked-up cellar.
So you're not the Countess?
Do I look like some lace-draped provincial with a grain tithe and a hobby kennel? I'm a Marchioness, you ignorant little envelope.
Pleased to meet you, Marchioness.
Alert the criers. We have discovered a pleb who can take instruction.
What's your name, Marchioness? Marchioness?
I was Eulalia Hawthorne, Marchioness, Patroness. And now I'm just the ghost of better parties and worse decisions.
We are disconnecting from the server. Are we okay in terms of streaming? Yeah, stream seems fine. Hopefully that doesn't cause a problem. What's the prefectors here?
Tours? No, thank the stars. Another bureaucrat sniffing around. Precisely the kind of dull company I avoid.
Do you know who did this?
No. But whoever it was deserves a medal for culling the herd of those pretentious fools.
What happened here?
What happened? Fashion suicide, mainly. Graf Vero died smiling, the fool. Spilled his wine and his wit in equal measure. I do admire a man who keeps his mask on while choking.
How did it start?
With one of those ghastly little speeches nobles make when they think they're clever.
Then came the toast. Then came the horror.
What was the toast?
This I remember with perfect clarity. She said it with that awful snark of hers, like she's been waiting years to raise the glass. She said, "To ghosts and ash, to the flames we escaped when we should have burned. Every breath since has been stolen, and tonight the debt is due." Hard to forget a toast that theatrical, and not just because it was the last thing I ever drank.
Who was the speaker?
Our dear hostess Phaedra, and I do mean dear, given what it cost her.
Phaedra, that's impossible. I just found her dead in her apartment.
Dead, did you say? But the Toastmaster strutted around with her voice and mask like she owned the place. Typical Phaedra. Can't even die without making herself the center of attention. Bitch.
Okay, so she had the mask and she had taken it off, so yeah. She made the toast and then left, one assumes. We'll find out from the butler, because I imagine the butler will be a little bit more helpful. What was the speech about?
I wasn't really listening. Phaedra has a habit of mistaking volume for substance. And I've spent decades letting that woman drone on about guilt and ghosts. I didn't think this time would be different.
And Garth Verso?
Graf Ansel Vero.
Totally
A
wrong.
bloated tick in a borrowed title. He died as he lived. Loud, ridiculous, and surrounded by people pretending to like him.
What colour was Garth's mask?
Blue. A coward's color. Fitting, really. He always did flee when anything required a spine. Or pats.
How are you still alive?
Turns out my precious toxin modulator works. Slows the venom, preserves the drama. I'll die last, bloated with envy and resentment. Just how they'd want me.
Hold on, I'll summon aid. I think... No, she's just said that it slows the toxin. She's still gonna die.
Oh, do not ruin this for me. I want to die with some shred of mystery, not flanked by bumbling concern. One last kindness, dear. My Morla. Kill them all. They'll spend my death pawing through jewelry and gossiping in the kitchen if you don't.
Kill your Mauler?
It's a tradition, you know. The servants die with the mistress. Mostly forgotten now. Like manners and decency. But I rather like it. Please, kill the little wretches. Choke the life out of them before they sell my underthings for drink.
Yeah, that's above my station, Countess. I'll see that someone with proper authority hears your complaint. That falls under Atreides. We'll go with Peon because it's the unique option.
Insolent child. See to it, or you'll find your own position precarious. I do not tolerate insubordination.
You're about to die with dignity. What the hell are you going to do about it? There is a certain dignity to knowing when to leave the stage, Countess. It's time for you to find yours. Okay. Why all the blood, though? Dead woman's fallen on the ground, her face obscured by a thin dark head. Goblet spilled nearby, must have... I don't know. It looks like she's in a pool of her own blood. But that could have come out of her mouth, actually. Examine her mask. Shoulder, parts of hair. The mask was partially knocked loose when she fell, revealing a mushy skin, raw, tortured flesh. Steal a bauble or two? Nah. Poisoned wine. The rotund man sits hunched over, blood dripping underneath his mask. Floated chin to the table, forming a thick, dark clot. Check his pockets. In one pocket you find a silver locket. Its interior is lined with a stiff, dark patch, something organic. Finally you recognize the patch as a sliver of human scalp. Hair still attached, pressed flat and worn as a keepsake of some private cruelty. Leave the item where it is. Dark blue, entangled pattern. One of his pockets has a deadly light monogram, hand key. The initials MT on it. Nah. I don't think any or stealing anything is going to be helpful to us. We need to talk to the butcher more than anything else. So yeah, all of these were poisoned by the booze. Is it in all of them? We'll see if we can get what information we can out of the butler now. I assume there's something here. Is the lot of it poisoned? Nope. All of that's fine. So, the wine's definitely poisoned. Will you talk to me now?
Oh joy, you've returned.
A few questions about the guests.
Ah, just when the silence was beginning to heal.
Masks hides more than faces here. What's their story? Why did they come from? Where did they come from?
Where do they come from? Same place as the lies they're meant to hide. Born in the rotting vanity of those too cowardly to show their true selves. Masks are just another way to pretend nobility isn't a disease.
So you don't know?
No, I don't. Forgive me. My training prioritized service over tracing the costume habits of people born allergic to labor.
I have some questions for you.
Nothing in this vast universe would please me more than to answer your questions.
I like this guy. The sarcasm on his voice is palpable. Were you present when the toast was raised?
Well, I was in the room diligently pouring wine just prior. I'm afraid I was away during the actual toast.
Where were you?
I was checking on the status of the soon-to-be-served meal. You do understand my station, don't you? I was present for work, not leisure. Nothing in this vast universe.
Table was set at 13, but only 11 bodies. Do you know who left?
Pains me to point out the obvious to one of such cunning, but I was too busy performing my duties to note the ingress and egress of each guest. I was instructed to set the table and pour the wine for that amount of guests, and I did so. I did not, however, perform any sort of head count.
He's not going to be helpful.
Let's have it.
I spoke with the Countess.
No blood or teeth marks. Good. Consider yourself formally initiated into the losing end of noble etiquette.
You didn't have to set me up like that.
She talked to you, didn't she? That's more than most get.
No thanks to you.
See, that's where you got it twisted. That woman's got venom for blood and a title where her heart should be. She talked because you annoyed her. Snapped her right out of that death spiral by reminding her just how much she hates lizard-browed provincials like us. Call it a success. You woke up the part of her brain still capable of sneering. The question is, did you learn anything?
She disliked the guests next to her. She was bored. She said Tors was not present at the banquet.
Well then, guess it was a party after all. Anything else?
She disliked the guest next to her. Garth. Whatever this name is. She said he was a bore who dumped a full goblet of wine.
Well, that's a wrinkle. Did the old bird say what color mask he was wearing?
She said it was...
Back where I'm from, yellow marks a coward. But nobility tends to mistake fear for wisdom and wear it like gold. So find the wine stain next to a blue mask and you found our graph. We can work backwards from there.
We've already found him. Unfortunately, the butler cleaned the spill, and rather thoroughly at that. Huh? We know who he is. We found the dude in the blue mask.
Of course he did. Might want to run that scanner of yours. Find out where the wine hit the floor. Then we'll have our starting point. Bold choice bringing a discount snooper to a high-born massacre. Still, point it at the mess. Might surprise us both.
Will do.
Sort out where the graph ended up. Then we'll talk.
I'll get on it. We know where he ended up. He's right there. Blue mask. That's not quite where the poison is. One assumes it's this one. Spilled wine, substance washed off in the enemy's body. This must be where the wine is spilled. Can't use the poison snooper on it, so yeah, it's him. We're in blue. Far side on the right.
Let's have it.
I think I know which noble is the Garth.
Let's hear it.
Dark blue mask on the left-hand side of the table. Nope. Dark blue mask on the right-hand side of the room, between an empty chair and the purple mask. Dark green mask. There is an empty chair on one side and there was someone on the other side. There's just a gap in the table.
First prize to the junior investigator. That fits the evidence.
What's first prize?
A can of pressed slig. It's good on toast.
Yeah, what's the second prize?
5 cans of pressed slig. The man chose his agent well. Always does, though. Got an eye for talent, that one. Well, meanwhile, I came up with 2 names of my own.
That leaves 8 to identify.
8 masked assholes dead on the floor. Drank their guilt, now they'll sin no more.
Any signs of Tors? I'm fairly sure he just gave away the fact that he... Well, we said that... We mentioned Tor's name. He must know that Tors sent us. So what's next?
Speak to Theophilus about Agade Yamari. That's what the note says. I suggest you find out what our buttoned-up friend knows before he forgets.
I get on it. And I know who it is, but we'll ask anyway. Speak to Thaladis about Agagunum.
Our resident astronomia-trained butler, Theophilus. You know, I heard a funny story about that school. Makes the best of the best servants, they say. But I heard in their final year, the students are paired off in twos and taught to observe each other obsessively. One of them graduates, the other disappears. It's never explained which is which.
Brutal. I'll go talk to the butcher. Butcher? Butler. Technically, he served the wine.
Oh joy, you've returned.
There's a note on the guests. A placement change for Agathane Imari. Why is that?
She was prone to a serious allergic reaction to a species of plant in our flower arrangement. She wished to sit as far away from it as possible. A common reaction to that particular flower. The wealthy chose aesthetic over practicality or safety. It's a wonder we can keep any of them alive.
Do you recall the colour of her mask?
Alas, nothing pains me more than being unable to do your job for you. But I do not recall. I merely changed his seating arrangement prior to the gathering.
Do you happen to have that seating plan?
I regret to say that the seating arrangement was the casualty of a wine spilling incident by someone already deep in their cups.
I'll go investigate those flowers then. Okay. So here are the flowers. I'm curious, we use the poison snooper, but she's going to be there. Examine the flowers. Blooming flowers, head shaded with crimson, warm bronze. They pick up light from the glow globes, forming an eerie foreboding haze. Identify the species. Bud rose and flower from Portrina. From their colours, you determine that the roses are probably a genetic hybrid, beautiful and expensive. The flowers themselves are kind of irrelevant. We know that she's going to be as far opposite to them as possible. It's sweet yet spicy. You almost prick yourself in the thorn stems. Strange that you weren't cut. Some of the guests. The body said was allergic to the plants, said as far away as possible. Where would she be? Guest sitting at the other side of the table at the far end. Other table at the far end, yes. Woman in a purple mask is sitting opposite the flowers. Stout woman slumped gracefully against her chair. Her copper came loose when she died, leaving her hair loose and unkempt. In your pockets you find a blood-stained love letter to another noble spouse and a folded betting slip in her name. Or name in her. Various mullahs' wages. Various servants' wages, I think that's means. Drawn purple shape. Pale lines. So, I don't think any of that is relevant, but we'll see.
Let's have it.
I have identified them.
Then let's have it.
Purple mask on the right side of the table, next to an empty chair.
I'd say it's more of a Zaffrey violet, but that seems to align with my conclusions. Good work.
What's next?
I figured out one more.
Then there were 6.
That snooper thing of yours chirped like it knows something?
It did. It found poison traces in the wine.
Well done, friend. While you were nosing around, I confirmed that the caskets themselves were not poisoned. Meaning?
The wine must have been poisoned here.
That's exactly correct. Someone doctored the vino after it was delivered. Always nice when the killer's polite enough to attend their own massacre.
So what now?
Turns out the wine was arranged by a man named Ambrose Lucifera. Fancy name for a glorified errand boy.
Ambrose? Again?
I had him dragged in. Now's the time to go poke holes in his story.
I'll get on it. You!
Please do me the courtesy of telling me why I am being detained. What's the charge? Supplying wine to a banquet? A decadent Arakeen banquet?
It would seem that you are involved yet again in another set of murders.
Oh, balderdash, this is becoming intolerable. You've turned a juicy murder plot into something tedious. How could I possibly be involved with... Who did you say was murdered?
Several nobles were poisoned at this very banquet. You delivered the wine.
Well, now, see here. I merely arranged for the wine to be delivered. Everyone knows I have a knack for finding the best. These sealed bottles were poisoned.
Well, no. To be precise, the glasses were poisoned.
Oh, well, there you have it. I took no involvement in their glassware, merely in arranging for the reception of a very fine vintage. I trust this absolves me.
Perhaps. What can you tell me about the wine?
A rare vintage from the planet of Grenbel, home of the exquisite Maros deer. A libation so fine, even the most domineering Chussock snob would weep.
Do you have any alibi to confirm your whereabouts during the banquet?
Why, yes. Any of the staff of the Seleucid Bull, as well as a few of the regulars, can attest to my presence. My debauching is quite conspicuous.
Still, it's all suspicious, given your past relation with poisoned wine. We were the one that tried to poison him with the wine. So I'm curious as to what his response to this will be.
Perhaps it's my diseased imagination, but weren't you the would-be poisoning assassin in that scenario? Still, you did find your conscience, for which I am quite grateful, and is the reason I am not more cross with you right now.
Very well, that all sounds reasonable enough.
Oh, goody, goody. With that unpleasantness out of the way, is there anything I can do to aid you in your remedial sleuthery?
Do you know anything about Theo Phillips, the Fremen butler?
He's what some call a town Fremen. Impeccable service, a full purple-gloved member of the Imperial Footmen's Guild. Still, he harbors a certain intensity behind his eyes when watching the nobles. Those of my status often ignore the help in their complexities. I do not make this mistake.
Do you know anything about the stash of old Carthage valuables?
Well, I'm afraid I missed that slice of gossip, though it sounds delicious. Knowing nothing else, it leads me to one conclusion. If such a hoard exists, someone in old Carthage had prior warning to give them the time to gather such treasures and safely evacuate them. An intriguing notion.
That's a fair point that I hadn't thought about. Which might be why they're all dead. Because if they knew enough that the Carthage was going to fall to get some valuables out and get their asses out, then that would fit the MO of whoever our killer is. We could use help identifying some of the dead nobles.
And now we are back to a morbidly fun game. Proceed.
Do you know who uses red and white as their house colours?
At that banquet? Afraid I don't know. It could be... No, he's convalescing from an undiscovered venereal disease on Chussock. Real trailblazer, that one.
Very well, I don't think I have any more questions.
Before you go, I did pass on a note to one of the guests. You'd have to ask Theopolis about the recipient.
A note?
Roella Ramsby. She inquired about a particular vintage of wine, feigning expertise, but that woman wouldn't know Amontillado from sherry.
Very well. Goodbye, Ambrose. We're going to have to search all their pockets, aren't we?
Oh joy, you've returned.
I have, and it's a pleasure to speak to you as well. I have some questions about, Rosalie Rambus.
That name does not mean anything to me, but I will endeavor to answer as best I can.
I understand you passed a note to Rosie Ramby on behalf of Ambrose.
On behalf of whom?
Ambrose Lucifer. A tall man, goatee, colourful clothes and demeanour.
Ah, yes, the drunken peacock.
Sounds about right. Drunken peacock?
The man dresses like a walking dessert tray and talks like he's auditioning for a play no one asked for. What would you call him?
Person of interest. Anyway, note. You've captured his essence perfectly. Did you deliver a note to this intoxicated poultry? Or for this intoxicated poultry?
Now that you mention it, I did. The recipient was a woman wearing a terracotta-colored mask.
But there are 2 masks matching that colour. Fair enough. Any idea what it said?
I serve drinks, not plot lines. I neither read it nor wept over it.
Is that all?
Afraid so.
I'll go investigate the bodies then. We could have skipped that last bit. They will still have the note on them. We just need to find a greenish coloured mask. People wearing... It was a woman wearing a greenish coloured mask. Wasn't it? Yours is reddish. You're a dude. Yours is purple. Can't tell the colour of yours. Hello, game. There we go. Mask, stiff shoulders. What colour is it? Well, search for a note. You notice the index finger is otherwise impeccably manicured, in fact, and is in fact missing. So it's not her. Are you dead yet? I don't know what colour your mask actually is. Did we get your name? It was woman, wasn't it? Oh, we got a cleaner colour now. Examine a mask. Search for the note. Not her. Maybe I misheard and it wasn't actually a woman. Can't search either of those two. Your mask is blue. Your mask is blue. Oh, hello. Sorry, didn't you see you there, lady? Not that we can target you in any way, shape, or form. Who else is dead and on the ground? Ominous shade of red. That's blue. What pocket you find shriveled finger joint wrapped in silk, like a charm of albums. Do you have her finger? Why do you have her finger? So yeah, it was a woman. We can only search the women for the actual note. Terracotta is a shade of green, though. You can't find the note on her body. Look closer at her hands. You notice that the index finger of her otherwise impeccable hand is in fact missing. No, but they're all there. Why can't I target this woman here? We've already identified them. We can't search them or them. There's nobody in here. Not this dude. We've already checked their pockets. We know it's not that dude. So where is her index finger and where is the note? The fact that that has the quest marker on it kind of implies it is her.
Oh joy, you've returned.
I've checked each body wearing terracotta coloured mask.
Congratulations.
One guest is missing a finger. Do you know who that was?
Forgive me, but I wasn't conducting a limb census between courses.
Is there nothing really you can tell me about the person you delivered the note to?
She did linger rather tenderly on the frieze near the dining table. But then touching things that don't belong to them is a long-standing pastime of the wealthy. I can say that I did not much care for that behavior. I had polished that brass for hours.
Your annoyance is understandable.
Now I shall have to spend hours more wiping away the fingerprints. After the cadavers are removed, of course.
That was actually helpful. I'll investigate this mural. So... this thing? Oh, the mural is there, actually. Handprint. Traces of a handprint. One finger is missing. There we go. So it was her. She's the one. Left-hand side on the floor. Nearest us.
Let's have it.
I believe I've identified Rosala.
All right. Let's hear what you've turned up.
Laying on the floor near the entrance, terracotta mask.
Yes, that fits. Another off the list.
You cross any names up the list?
Let's see here. If Ruella Ramsby was there, that means the other terracotta has to be...
Don't leave me in suspense. We're down to 2, right?
2 masked assholes dead on the floor. Guess the toast hit harder than they bargained for.
Who was the second terracotta mask? Was it Tor's? We already know Tor's wasn't here. Oh, tell me already, will you?
Calm yourself. We'll get there soon enough. Gotta build suspense.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
One of the remaining 2 guests is Lady Bianca Baghetti, a puffed-up hanger-on from a disgraced minor house.
Hanger, dead, check, and?
That means the last dead asshole is... Sub-Prefect Tors.
So he really is dead?
No. I mean Tors is here. Good afternoon, Sub-Prefect.
There you are. Report.
Sub-Prefect?
Don't look so slack-jawed. Who else were you expecting?
Your name, one in time limit. Your name was on the guest list.
I was delayed. A pity. Perhaps I might have averted this unpleasantness.
Or you might be dead as well.
A grisly thought. One I've already entertained.
You didn't tell me he was investigating your people.
They are no more my people than you are. I watch them as Fenring commands, though their antics hardly inspire admiration.
But your name was on the cargo manifest.
What manifest?
The list of spoils taken before the destruction of Carthage.
Carthage? There it is. Motive. The killer is eliminating the survivors of old Carthage one by one.
Why?
Revenge. Concealment. Or the quiet removal of a dangerous truth that could unpick alliances from here to Kaitane.
Like who ordered the destruction of Carthage?
Indeed. And if you've a name for the hand that signed that order, now would be the time to share it.
No, but I do know who carried it out. Our dead engineer, Othine Lees.
There it is. Motive, opportunity,
and means. Our assassin isn't merely killing, they're closing the book on Carthag.
And you're next. The killer is coming for you.
Yes. And how do you suggest I handle this? What have you learned of their methods?
The killer is a ghost, in and out without a trace, no one sees things.
Then having failed here, where is our ghost's next haunt?
Your office in the Imperial Wing, to finish the job.
Then I must go. To catch a killer.
And come in, you'll need help.
Don't be a fool. One sight of you and our ghost, as you call it, will vanish. Better you leave them to me.
That's rash, Tors. A shrewd player would plan every move. Patience.
Yes, well, I never much cared for Cheops.
But... damn it! It might have been because we took a 15-20 minute break to have our tea. Hopefully we don't have to go through that entire thing again. But we had disconnected, as far as I could tell. I assume that's what the icon meant. Okay. We haven't finished the investigation. You kicked me out before I was done. To be fair, we wasn't far off the end. I imagine he was just going to say, nope, you're not allowed. We're going to anyway.
There's nothing here. The killer saw us coming. Now the trail is cold, and we're going to have to report our failure to Count Fenring. You've been an adequate assistant. I'll put it all in my report. You can leave now and report back to whoever it is you report to.
Now that is just a mite bit suspicious. Well, will you look at that? You're already dead.
Stop! In spite of everything, the Master still wants you alive. To fulfill your mission. Find the Fremen. Wake the sleeper. I still recognize you. Even with this face. Even with this flesh. You move like you always did. Smile like you always did. Don't follow me. I have a mission of my own.
And if you get in my way, I'll put you down. We can always grow you again, after all.
Well, okay, we best report back. Oh yeah, there's something I wanted to check while I was here. Who is the one that sells spice? There's a spice vendor in both of the major towns, but I forget where they are. I doubt it's you. No, you're a combat vendor. That's the Landsrad. You sell water.
Sook! My friend, you buy some water.
Water is not what I'm after. I don't know why you sell water here.
Ah, it's you again. Come to share your secrets this time.
Mid-trade. Okay. 100,000 for 100 spice melange. That's still not much in the grand scheme of things, because some of the things that you need to craft it with cost like 1,000. And it also doesn't help with the acquisition of plastanium. Okay, back to Harko Village. Arakeen loads so much faster than, sorry, Hark Village loads so much faster than Arakeen. Why the hell is that?
Oh, look. The kitten is back. Do we have business?
I want to speak to the Count.
No. Without other orders, you report to me. Tell me what happened in Arakeen.
The murder was a Beni Tlaxu face dancer.
A face dancer? I've heard of them, kitten, but never expected to have to deal with one. What did it want?
First off, I thought it was killing off survivors from old Carthage, and I've been wondering if that was just, if it was just after revenge.
Revenge? For what?
I don't know. Fenrir said the Beni Tlax destroyed old Carthage to cover their tracks. Perhaps finishing the job?
Perhaps, kitten. The destruction of old Carthage was a catalyst for many changes on Arrakis. Who knows what sparked it? But come now. I've heard nothing of a captured face dancer in Arakeen. So I assume the creature is dead.
Nope, it killed Subprefect Tator and escaped. I couldn't follow it.
I see. So one of the Count's best men is dead, and the killer has escaped. I like you, kitten, but this is a failure. The Count will not be pleased.
So what now?
I will pull my network and try to find out where this creature went. I will confer with our employer and contact you when I have more information.
Goodbye.
Finally. I've been trying to find a moment to contact you, but Mother is relentless. Luckily, she's distracted by a social event, so I can get out of the palace for a few hours. Can you meet me at the Seleucid Bowl in Arakeen? Same table as last time.
Let's go speak with the young Duchess. Or future Bene Gesserit. I'm not sure which technically applies. I kind of expected it to end there. To be fair, I didn't read the patch notes with a great deal of thoroughness. If there's more, I'm absolutely happy to keep going. Although we do now have to admit to her that we killed what's his face? It's been too long since I last did the story mission. I can't remember his name. Assuming our character can be honest enough to admit it. Although it does make some degree of sense that, because there's technically two halves to this story. One half is hers and the other half is the Count's. So it does make a degree of sense that we would get a new part to both. But we shall see. It looks like we're not going to get to No Man's Skies then. If the first part of this took us 3.5 hours to complete, the second part is probably not going to be that much shorter. We'll keep going until it's done one way or another and then see where we are. And if it's not too late, we'll drop into No Man's Skies. And if it is too late, we'll save No Man's Skies for Saturday, unless the mods we're waiting to update in Vintage Story have updated. Oh, no, that's a player.
Finally! You have no idea how frustrating it's been. Trying to find a moment to get away from my insufferable mother and... I'm sorry. You've just gotten here and I'm already venting at you. Bene Gesserit poise be damned. I'm just glad to see a friendly face. Now, tell me what happened in Old Carthag.
I've only got my chance at Zantara. I've only got my chance at Zantara. I want to talk to you about Zantara.
Shh. I should have warned you. Father has tightened up security since our mutual friend was spotted here last. Don't mention him. Don't say his name. Either of them. Thufir Hawat has eyes and ears everywhere.
It's important. It can't. It's important, but it can wait. But it's important. Zantara is. Doesn't that mean they're listening to us right now?
Almost certainly. Thufir Hawat even has men who can read lips in case of a cone of silence. But don't worry. Thufir has certainly judged you to not be a threat. Else you wouldn't be talking to me at all. Now, tell me about Old Carthag. What did you find there?
Describe the Bene Tlaxu lab and your discovery, or the discoveries of your origins.
The Bene Tlaxu? But what could they possibly want here? And why this obsession with finding the Fremen? And that recording we decoded. The sleeper. Why would the Bene Tlaxu send you after him?
The recording we found mentioned a particular Fremen. Could this be Stilgar? Maybe the sleeper escaped the Bene Tlaxu. He seems to be searching just like us. Well, I do remember this bit. We did find someone, I think, who thought they were the sleeper. Or they at least mentioned the sleeper. The recording we found mentioned a particular Freeman. Could this be Stilgar?
Stilgar was a leader among the Fremen. Duncan Idaho made diplomatic contact with him before we came to Arrakis. I remember that meeting. I thought Gurney was going to start a war when Stilgar spat at my father. It's a sign of respect amongst the Fremen. Duncan had to explain it, but Stilgar... a hard man. As hard as this planet. He disappeared with the rest of the Fremen. If he is alive, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Maybe the sleeper escaped the Bene Turks? Seem to be searching like us.
And in return, they sent you after him. That might be the case, but it doesn't help much, does it? We still haven't found the Fremen, and we don't know where the sleeper went.
It doesn't bother you that I'm a Gola?
I've always felt there was something special about you. But what about you? Does it bother you?
I don't remember anything about who I was. It's hard to be bothered. It bothers me to think I'm wearing someone else's skin. How much of what I do is me and what is them. I haven't really had the time to absorb it, too busy surviving. All three technically true. Which answer to give, though? It's not going to make any difference other than her response. Actually, technically the first one isn't true. It's between the bottom two. The middle one is a curious question, though, that could get a good response.
I understand. It isn't so very different to me. How much of what I do is my mother and her training. I could have ended this war. The reality is that I am in no position to judge anybody. Do you remember the last time we met here? And I saw somebody at the bar? His name is Fade Rotha, the Gnaw Baron of House Harkonnen. My betrothed. All I have to do is accept it. Marry the dashing nobleman. And all of this strife can end. My mother wants it. My father, well, he will accept it. But I can't. I can't bring myself to do it. And it isn't because of Fade Rotha at all. He's actually very charming, in spite of what he did to that bull. It's because I want to choose. So believe me when I say that I would never judge you because of who or what you were. I could end this war tomorrow, and I won't do it. That's who I am. And perhaps there is a way to figure out who you were. I have an idea, but no, it's probably too dangerous.
I'm not afraid of a little danger, given everything we've been through. But I would like to find out, because I think that'll appeal to her sensibilities more, not like she's going to say no.
You don't know what you're signing up for. That would mean going up against my mother.
Is she worse than a cannibal or a face dancer?
So much worse. With luck, she'll never know. If I can sneak you into the archives beneath the residency, we can search for your bloodline.
That sounds vague. Search how?
That's not to give too many details. We're being watched, remember? Bring this token to Lien. She's one of the guards on the barricade outside the residency. She'll bring you inside, and I'll find you there.
I really hope you aren't setting up an ambush for me. No, she's not. We trust her. Compared to all of the other people we've met, she appears to be the most trustworthy person here. But maybe that's a real good ruse. Either way, I'm buying it. Now take your token to Lien. Wait, weren't we following them earlier? How the hell did we get ahead of them? It's not like we've been rushing. We took a 20-minute break. 15-minute break, probably. Probably close to 15 minutes. You where I think you are, yes. I believe I'm after you.
Hail, citizen. Have you come to gawk at the plus great wonder that is the Arakeen residency? Or do you have other business?
Astria gave me this. She said you'd help me inside.
Eri gave you this? You?
Yes, me.
Oh, look, never mind. She told me to bring you inside. And to make sure her mother didn't find out. But before we go, let me tell you a few things. I'll be taking all your weapons and your clothes. Don't be alarmed. I have a servant's outfit for you to wear. You'll blend right in.
Yes, take me inside.
Ready?
Yes, take me inside.
Come on then. Let's get you undressed.
Alright. Okay, why are our eyes not glowing blue anymore? It's been a while since we've consumed any spice, to be fair. Or been near any spice. This is clearly meant to be a time lapse, but that was poorly done.
Tonight, my parents are holding a banquet, and Count Fenring and his lady are the guests of honor. Mother wishes me to shine like a jewel for all to see. I think she's forgotten what Lady Fenring looks like if she expects anybody in the room to be looking at me. But enough. We need to go. The banquet is the perfect distraction. I'll keep my parents focused on the party. You can sneak into the archives. But we need to go. Now. Just a moment. That's it then. Make your way to the lower levels. The guards on the upper floors will probably just throw you out if they spot you. It gets trickier on the lower levels. You'll see. I'll keep in contact over the net, and when I can, I'll catch up to you.
So, stealth mission, is it? Oh, it broke our field of view. Can we fix that from in here? Do I have to log out and log in again? It's not going to be enough. I don't think they had the option here. I'm fairly sure I had to go... Actually, I thought it just worked. Okay, 1 second. Need to quit the game and relog. It should fix it. I think we did actually have this happen before during some of the other cutscenes, if memory serves. Question is whether or not it'll put us back in that instance, or throw us outside the instance. Given the fact we quit rather than the game crashed. Oh, we're still wearing this lot. Laurent. That's my server.
You're back, citizen. How can I be of service? Aerie gave you this. Oh, look, but before we... Don't be alarmed. Come on, then.
This could be a problem. Our field of view still broken. Ah. For reference, this is my resolution. The field of view is being calculated wrong, and I don't have access to the console to try and force it to be correct. Maybe all I need to do is change resolution, or change mode. That is nicely broken. That's the field of view as it should be, but now I'm seeing triple. To graphics, full screen window, change. Still very broken. Windowed. Still very broken. Full screen window. I don't think I can fix this. I need the field of view to go up to 150 to make it correct. That's closer. It's still wrong, though. God damn it. That is infuriating. I don't have access to any of my abilities or anything. What can I do? I bring the resolution, or put it into Windows mode and bring the resolution down. That's not going to work because it'll break the capture. And I can't be asked to be faffing about with that. Yeah. Oh, nope, that didn't work. Is there any way? Okay, there we go. That's a pain. I've got triple... I can't show you this because I'm technically on my 3-screen view. But I have a triple copy of this game now. One on each one of my screens. We just have to go through this with a single monitor and try not to pay attention to the fact I have a mirror image on everything.
You need to stay out of sight. The troopers in the upper archives are good people. Don't hurt them. Get to the lower archives as quickly and quietly as you can. A lot of memories down here. 10,000 years of recorded Arakeen history. Mother made me spend hours down here studying. I used to carve answers into the tables to help me pass her tests. The letters I carved into those tables. Pay attention. The Bene Gesserit have an archive of their own, buried in the lowest levels. The symbols I used to carve are the order of the test.
Okay. Where did you go? I kind of want to jump from here to there. There he is. It didn't let me jump. First etching. The number and ideogram I etched are first jar. Are you going to store that information anywhere for me? There you are. There's one over there. We get past them, but I think we've missed our opportunity to go that way. I definitely saw someone else this way. At least I thought I did.
Is someone there?
Wish me luck. I'm about to start mingling with the guests. Count Fenring is here. I can't abide that weasel of a man. Father says he is a deadly fighter, but he hides it beneath that mumbling veneer. Just be glad you aren't stuck at this banquet. One of the buttes, a water shipper, is pawing at a banker's daughter. This could end in a duel if it escalates.
First jar, second mother. Activating this seems like a bad idea.
Here we see a Fremen native, as they once appeared when they roamed the dunes of Arrakis. Note the still suit of this Fremen warrior. Though recent events have seen them vanish, the Fremen have made an indelible mark on Arrakis. They existed here since time out of mind. Indeed, their history prior to Arrakis is vague and contained in vast but vanishing oral histories. In the standard year 10191 AD, Emperor Shaddam Kuino IV ordered House Atreides to take over the government of Arrakis from House Harkonnen. Duke Leto Atreides looked with a hopeful eye at making allies of the Fremen to benefit from their vital knowledge of this desert planet and to learn from their customs. Though unfortunate events have led to the disappearance of the Fremen, we hope to at least do our part in preserving knowledge of their culture. Hidden Fremen sieges and open sites still dot the dunes of Arrakis, containing haunting testaments to their way of life and deeply spiritual beliefs. We hope to continue discovering these hidden places and adding their knowledge to our archives.
Okay. Someone over there that we're probably going to have to distract with this. Got a couple of these. Is it just you? Which way are you looking? You are looking this way. In your garden lower area.
Though the War of Assassins is an ongoing period of calamity for Arrakis, perhaps the darkest chapter in the planet's history is that of the uncontested occupation by House Harkonnen. Prior to 10191 AG, Arrakis was a fiefdom of the Harkonnen, overseen by Glossu Ravan, also known as the Beast. The eldest son of Abelard Ravan, Count of Lankavale.
Okay, so that's how we get their attention. I didn't even see them there. They're supposed to have a light on them, and their light turned off. Is it because they're not searching?
Now let us shift our gaze from the past to the present, as we witness history in the making. Here stands Duke Leto Atreides I, head of House Atreides, ruler of Caladan, and rightful ruler of Arrakis.
Okay, that's beneath us.
Year 10191 AG, Emperor Shaddam Reno IV ordered House Atreides to take the government of Arrakis.
You still moving? The staircase to the lower archives is guarded. You'll need to distract them. Just keep it simple. Too much, and they'll call for others to help them investigate.
I don't think you should be able to see me up here. Even if I was standing up. Okay, so we have one there searching. You're wandering back and forth. We can drop down by here and hide behind here. We've got a distraction over there. Where do you go? Where did you go? There you are. What's your path? Are you coming this way? Yes. Where's the table I need? It's over on the opposite side of here. We're going to need to wait for them to do a cycle.
Identify yourself.
Okay. Question is whether or not we'll be able to get close enough to the table. Okay, there's a blockage there. Jar, mother, dirt.
Though a cursory look at Arrakis seems to reveal an environment completely inhospitable to life, the desert planet is home to a surprising array of flora and fauna. Perhaps the most emblematic representation of the unlikely tenacity of life is the kangaroo mouse, or Maudie, in Chakotsa. This species of jumping mouse, like a is a member of the room and
Identify yourself.
You didn't see me.
Isn't it? The kangaroo what you just heard was a sample recording taken from a safe distance of the most spectacular, the gargantuan.
You might have trouble hearing my signal in the lower archives. The stone interferes. Down there, it's more like a catacomb than a library. The history of 10,000 years moldering in the darkness. No human guards, but the glow globes have motion sensors and automated alarms. Don't let them see you.
Okay. Jar Mother Dirt. Okay, I'm guessing that glow must have been coming from over there. We're a little screwed if it comes this way. Where the hell am I supposed to hide there? Okay, at least it didn't put us too far back. Okay, I think we're supposed to hide here. No, I think it will still see us here.
If you get too deep in the archives, we might lose contact. Just keep moving forward, and I'll join you as soon as I can slip away.
Okay, so your search field is actually fairly tight to you by the looks of it. I could have and should have run past it by the looks of it. Wait, where the hell did it go? Oh, it's looping around. Water. The upper part of the lesson is missing, the rest reads, and he has shown persistence. Doesn't the fable of the broken jar that we see throughout the Imperium teach us that even the most wicked among men can be redeemed? You have trained her well, and within our careful guidance, I trust that Ereste can learn how how to contain him. Maybe even learn to love him. But keep in mind, above all, that this alliance could put an end to this war. My kind wishes, Margaret Lady Faring. Over the surface of the letter, a dotted message you cannot decipher has been lightly etched. Over the word jar, you count 4 little dots. Jar, Mother Dirt, Water. I need to make notes of this. 1 second. Oh, that's done all kinds of wrong things to my display.
Can you hear me? If you can, listen. Do not try to find the entrance to the Bloodline Archive. I will come to you. There is a Solido projection and a deadly trap. Be careful. I'll slip away as soon as I can. When you... The lights are sensors. Careful not to disturb the forged stones.
Okay, so if the Jar is first and Jar is 4. So I think that's how it's supposed to read. We're supposed to find the 4 notes. I wonder if we missed them. Okay, your search radiuses are all pretty close to you. What are your search patterns, though? You don't come this far. Okay, the rest are all in here. You just come back and forth. You're coming back and forth, but you can scan through the wall. I don't know why I'm crouching. These things aren't sensitive to sound. There's 2 more at the back. One in the middle just going around in a circle. And one on the left-hand side going back and forth. Okay. First, well, the next note is down there. Perfectly balanced ecosystem rides a good measure of cruelty. You'll come to see Tune here on Arrakis. Jewel twinkles in the eyes, sink of the pants. On the surface of the message is a dotted message you cannot decipher, lightly etched over the word water. You count 3 little dots. So 4 something something 3. Everything else is on this side. Lady from Jessica's desk, and you know the tale. The evil man kills his wife to collect their dowry. At dawn, he finds that their gold has turned to dirt in his coffers. Yeah, he must start all over again. Eventually turned mad. He's swallowed by the earth. You never see him again. When Erisa hears this story as a child, she proceeds to ask me why the Harkonnens, for all the evil they do, still prosper so. Letter is unfinished. Surface of the letter dotted message cannot be deciphered. The word dirt 2 dots or something 2 3. For the non-initiate, the motherhood must be shouldered for the absolute mysticism. But for us, it is a tool. Motherhood blinds the mother and subjugates the child. Only one of these is a desirable outcome. Teach them, scare them, shape them. Cultivate a bond, but no more than is useful to you. And never let your emotion cloud your judgment. Above the expert, the terse note was written by hand. I would advise you to recall what I taught you, Jessica. On the surface of the letter, dot message, light emotion, whatever, 7 dots. 4723. Okay, no, these take a while to go down. Four. 7. 2. Three. This is opened up. We were told not to. What's the worst that could happen?
External cognitive agent detected. Full sister authorization not present. Proceeding with limited access heuristic. Welcome, Acolyte, to Relay Node Seraph 1. This system archives the seeded vectors of the Mahdi prophecy, dispersed through oral tradition channels among desert tribes. Contained data is restricted. Decryption requires demonstrated comprehension of cultural vectors and myth-seeding protocols. Begin myth sequence verification.
Start.
You will be tested on the illusions we crafted. Virtues rewarded, evils punished, love earned through valor, myths all. Your task is not to believe. Your task is to see. Question 1. What lie did we craft to make tyrants seem temporary, monsters forgivable, and systems of punishment appear enlightened?
Evil men never prosper, I think.
A comforting refrain for the masses, yet not the lie that makes monsters forgivable. You have failed to meet the standard of comprehension required.
But that was literally what the message said.
Begin myth sequence. There you will be your question 1. What lie did we craft to make tyrants seem temporary, monsters forgivable, and systems of punishment appear enlightened?
Did we miss something? I would assume this is the one that was talking about when the man murders his wife, the dad returns to dirt. Any bad human can be reformed. But none of these make sense related to that particular thing. I imagine it's one of the top 2 then? We're going to guess this one.
Correct. Unnecessary fiction. One that spares tyrants and executioners from their guilt. Question 2. Isolate the myth designed to sustain hope through deferred justice and moral inevitability.
Isolate the myth designed to sustain hope through deferred justice and moral inevitability. Okay, that one's evil men never prosper.
Correct. The dream of inevitable justice, woven so the meek would wait for thunder that never comes. Question 3. What lie did we whisper in incense and shadow that cloaked us in mystery and made obedience feel like awe?
Only females understand the ancient mysteries. That's a new one. None of the rest make any sense in this context.
Correct. We shaped the unknown into a crowd and let them kneel before what they could not name. Question 4. What illusion did we embed in the myth of sacrifice so that the broken would praise the blade that cut them?
Everything happens for a reason. Pain makes us stronger. Suffering is noble. I don't remember reading something related to this. It might be pain makes us stronger. I don't think it's suffering is noble. It's either going to be pain makes it stronger or everything happens for a reason. But it's possibly, or they're talking about the, if they're talking about the Fremen specifically, it's pain makes us stronger. I would think, I would assume.
A salve for survivors, but not the key that turns victims into devils. You have failed to demonstrate. Begin myth sequence. You will be 10. Your task. Question 1. What lie did we craft to make time correct? Question 2. Correct. Question 3. Correct. Question 4.
Everything happens for a reason.
Correct. The master stroke of consolation. We taught them their pain was part of a plan, so they would not rise against its authors. You have spoken the illusions as we planted them. Few recognize them for what they are. Fewer still understand why they were necessary. Missionaria records unlocked. Proceed with caution. The weight of revelation is heavier than ignorance.
We can probably not open that door. Now, why would you do that? Why would you think you had access?
If I'd known you would get down here this fast, I'd have insulted the guild banker a lot sooner. Mother thinks I'm sulking in my room while she soothes their egos. Father's trying to talk to the good count and his lady, which involves a great deal of patience as Fenring mumbles and murmurs his way through a sentence. Well, I calculate we have a couple of hours before someone comes looking for me. Let's go and find out who you are. Or were? Exciting.
Weird noises. I'm just going to check that this is still broken. I highly doubt it's fixed itself, but you don't know. Maybe. No, that's still horrendously broken.
One thing you can say about the Bene Gesserit, they don't think the word forbidden applies to them. Spectacular, isn't it? It's impressive that they managed to hide this down here for 10,000 years. Of course, I imagine the breeding matrix that they have at the chapter house is much more impressive. This one is simply a copy. Still, it has access to the complete bloodline registry of the entire Imperium. We can search for who you were.
It's a big computer. He shouldn't exist. Or at least not human computers. But that's a mentant. Computers as smart as a human.
Acolyte, Aristae, Atreides. Welcome. What is the nature of your inquiry?
Bloodline search.
Insert blood sample into receptacle.
Very well.
Processing. Feels like we always end up here. You bleeding to further our cause. I've always hated this place. Since my mother explained to me my great destiny. A broodmare for their plans. No choice. No love. The future is a trap. I want to be free to choose.
Search complete. Information on this bloodline is restricted to Reverend Mothers.
Restricted? By whom?
Details of the Xanavar incident are classified for the security of the Imperium.
The security of the Imperium? What does that even mean?
It means that some secrets are too dangerous for petulant girls.
Truthsayer Jessica and Truthsayer Margot. Welcome. What is the nature of your inquiry?
Shut down. Daughter. This place is not for the uninitiated. Who have you brought here?
My friend, Mother. One who shares my fascination for the Fremen. We were doing genealogical work and wanted to test some samples.
Stop. Your lies are disappointing. The act of lying is one thing, but the tone, the voice control. Have you forgotten your training? If you want to lie to me, daughter, then lie to me.
Lie? To you? Like you lied to me about the betrothal? Like you lied to Father? It seems the only thing the Sisterhood has taught you is how to lie. This is my friend. Someone I'm trying to help. Someone who I trust. That is no lie.
I see. A friend. Perhaps a confidant. Maybe even a lover. Stand aside, Aristae. I want to ask your friend some questions. Like who they are, and what they want with you.
There's no need for this, Jessica. I know this one. It works for my husband. Quite the skilled assassin, if what Hazimir told me is true. Why, Hazimir even told me that it killed Xantara the Lion. Stabbed him in the back.
No. No. That isn't true. It can't be true.
Master your emotions, girl. And look. She is telling the truth. Aristae! I would have shielded my daughter from this pain. But perhaps in time it will help her to overcome weakness. For you, though, a quick death will be your mercy.
Sister, please. My husband still has a use for this weapon.
Very well, sister. You. If I ever see you near my daughter again, there will be no second chances. Aristae is to be left alone. Do you understand this? Then prepare yourself.
And surprisingly, that went about as well as could be expected. I think this is the part where I read in the patch notes it was sending people to the wrong sitch. In fact, it looks like it's going to kick me out to the main menu in a second. Yeah, that ain't connecting. Oh, either it's connected or it said, actually, no, we're not working, so to the main menu you go. What did you do with me? Where did you put me? Okay, you've put me back here. 1 second, let me... Doop, 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 doop. Okay, restarting the game should fix this now. Once it's done syncing, given that we're going back to the start, I have a feeling we're about done. It's sending us after the little bat friend. There we go. That's how things are supposed to look. Okay. Now, did it give me... It did give us them as items. That actually has an armor value. Now, what are those? Strange symbols. I don't remember them being there before. I wonder. We were forced to flee. We assumed him dead. I wonder if, news of his death has been greatly exaggerated. The bat's clearly trying to tell us something. I wonder if Xantara still lives. I mean, we did deal him a mortal wound, and he did collapse, but fairly shortly after that, we had to flee, didn't we? Where is it? Came over here to get to the nearest settlement. At least I figured this was spawned as near the nearest settlement. I might have been a little off though. It depends what it's going to ask us to do next. I think it's over there, hidden behind all of that stuff. Yes. We would have been better just approaching directly from the east though. Let's park out the way, just in case someone comes up here with a bike or something. Bat friend. Looks like somebody started to build a sand bike here and then decided against it. Checkpoint reached.
Off-worlder. If Noctua has brought you my distrans, then something is wrong. I have a feeling, a premonition, a touch of Tau. I came to Arrakis in search of... I'm not sure. Family, identity. I rejected the Imperium and the petty politics of the nobility. I found peace in the violence of the desert. A place to hunt. A spoiled young nobleman from Ix became a lion of the desert. Aristay and Stilgar are the only people I ever trusted with knowledge of both my lives. And now you. When I saw you among the wreckage, the tattoo on your cheek glowing, something seized me. The Darb. The demanding memory. I saw you. I saw the Sleeper. For a moment, I saw both of you there on the burning ground. And then there was only you. Not the Sleeper. Just an off-worlder. Like myself. The Fremen live. I know this is no surprise to you. They have withdrawn to the southern hemisphere, not for fear of persecution, but to preserve their secrets. Secrets that belong to them. My secrets are only known to Noctua. Things even Stilgar and Aristay do not know. Keep her safe, share your water, and she will be a loyal companion to you. Perhaps this premonition of mine is just bad spice. But if I am right, then this is the last message I will ever send you. I am Xantara the Lion. I am Bronso Vernius of Ix. And I was your friend, Off-worlder.
I'll very well share my water with her if, she's buggered off. You've completed the current storyline of Dune Awakening. But there is more to come. The story will continue in Update Chapter 3. Okay, we're done. Let's get back to our home. Maybe collect some flower sand along the way. Yeah, that one's definitely fallen to pieces. And then we'll call it a stream, because there's not much else for me to do on this. Unless I want to go fly into the deep desert and gather some titanium, or well, it's not wolfram. What is the other one? I forget. Now that looks like it's a little bit too close to the edge. Actually, no. I think that's still in open sand. It's near enough that I don't need to be picking up and putting them back down again. We can run to and from that. Wrong button. Skills. Where are you? That's what I want. An X. Looks like someone else may have already been here. This is partially mine. So there's another one of these that's fairly close to the edge. Nope, you're not after me. Yeah, this one's been partially harvested. It's fine. We bought the wrong vehicle, really. Probably won the assault optimal more than anything else. There's a sandstorm coming. Even if that's heading this way, if we make a beeline for our house, I reckon we'll get inside before it gets here. We have to fly over the PvP area. Some spice over there. I'm not worried about it. I thought that wasn't possible anymore. Ah, they do have a wall on either side, I suppose.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay. Let's get this sand dropped off. And put the base back to sleep. Which one of these chests was holding my, there's some of them. They're supposed to go in here, but there's not enough space in here anymore for this stuff. Story-related gear. It's a shortcut key to immediately transfer. Double click works. I may as well recycle those. I think that is allocated for over here, maybe? No, that's where construction materials are. It's in one of these. There we go. It was that one. Okay, let's recycle. Suppose we may as well repair while we're here. Turn it off. Okay, and now we can put the base back to sleep mode. Which just means turning this off. Because those two over there will keep everything else. How rude. Everything else running in my absence for 20 more days. But yeah, we'll leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on, this is Thursday, Saturday. Working on the assumption that a culinary artillery and more foods hasn't been updated by then. We will probably do the No Man's Sky expedition. I will confirm before Saturday, but I'll probably do it immediately after this. That is in fact live and active at the moment, but that will be the plan for Saturday. So yeah, thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.